Hey guys, tonight we're unraveling the dusty scrolls of the Middle Ages, where laws where weird logic took a nap, and your very survival might hinge on something as random as the shape of your shoes, or whether your chicken laid eggs too proudly. Picture it a world of cobbled streets, smoke-choked hearths, and town criers yelling about eel bans. You walk carefully because if you trip and die in Parliament, well, you just broke the law. No joke. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know your city and what time it is where you're tuning in from. I always love seeing where you all are. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You shuffle into the dim stone-walled corridor of Britain's Houses of Parliament. The air smells of old paper-polished wood and the ever-present undertone of absolutely no fun allowed. You squint at the plaques, marvel at the portraits, and then it hits you. If you collapse here and take your final breath, you might be breaking the law. That's right. Dying in Parliament is allegedly illegal. It's one of those rules that sounds too ridiculous to be true. Like, what's the penalty? Being fined, posthumously getting exhumed and escorted out. The claim is widely circulated, whispered with a smirk during late-night trivia games or tossed into pub banter with did-you-know flair. But even though no one's actually been arrested on the spot mid-expiration, the legend lives on. And, of course, the British government has denied that this law is on the books. But historians, those delightful gremlins of contradiction, still argue whether it ever was technically enacted. You imagine a scene a frail politician keels over during a heated session. A clerk panics. "Sir, don't you dare not here at least make it to the courtyard?" It's morbid comedy at its most bureaucratic. Now, to be fair, this law might have emerged not from cruelty, but from the messiness of death itself. See, the Palace of Westminster is a royal palace. If someone dies inside it, certain ceremonial rules are supposedly triggered rules that might require an official state funeral or royal intervention. That would be, a bit of a hassle, especially if the deceased was just, say, a sleepy intern. So the idea was likely less about punishment and more about red tape. Still, the myth stuck. There's something poetic about it, though. You, the listener, might be too tired to move, but if you were in Parliament, you'd better crawl your way out before flatlining. A final performance of dignity or legality. Even stranger, this isn't the only place where dying is treated as a nuisance. In certain towns in Spain and France, residents have been banned from dying on specific days or without proper burial plans. It's mostly symbolic, sure, but not always. In the French village of Le Lavandou, a law was passed in 2000 forbidding people from dying, unless they'd secured a cemetery plot because the graveyard was full. Officials even threatened legal action against violators, against the dead. Bureaucracy never rests. But don't let these oddities distract you from a key fact during the Middle Ages. Death was a constant companion. Plagues, famines, bad dental hygiene, take your pick. And yet laws about death tended to be more about property than pity. If you died owing a debt, your corpse might be held hostage until the family coughed up payment. Or worse, your unpaid debts could curse your descendants for generations. That family heirloom you're clinging to? Probably compensation for some long-dead great-grandfather's gambling problem. In London, the idea of dying legally included having a priest nearby confessing last sins, and ideally not making a scene. If you were a noble, dying in the wrong place might delay your burial for weeks. Oh, and don't forget the local superstition that spirits of the wrongly deceased wandered around, usually on Tuesdays. Yes, Tuesdays. Historians still argue whether this belief stemmed from pagan tradition or sheer medieval spite for the second day of the work week. Now back to Parliament. You step inside again, just for fun. The benches creak. The air is dry enough to mummify. You look around at the portraits of long-dead statesmen and wonder how many of them pushed the limits of that death rule. Probably none. They were too polite or too cautious or too worried about accidentally summoning the need for a full royal procession through a hallway used mostly for coffee breaks now. And here's your fringe tidbit for the evening. In some medieval towns, public buildings had symbolic protections against death. Not just laws, but architectural designs meant to repel the spirit. For instance, certain chambers were built with uneven stones so ghosts couldn't find their footing. Superstition bled into law, which bled into policy, which bled into, well, superstition again. It's a circular mess. Like trying to explain taxes to a ferret. All this makes you realize just how desperately medieval people tried to control the chaos of life and death. They couldn't stop plagues, so they issued laws about when you could bathe. They couldn't stop famine, so they fined bakers for bread that was too light. And they couldn't make sense of dying, so they passed weird rules about where, when, and how you could go about it. You picture yourself as a medieval citizen, trudging through life, always a little sick, always a little superstitious. You step cautiously into any public building, because if you collapse in the wrong spot, you might inconvenience the crown. Or worse, get labeled a ghost with poor manners. You smile a little in the dark, maybe already feeling your eyelids getting heavier. It's strange, yes, but there's something oddly comforting in the idea that even death in all its mystery was subject to paperwork. And remember, next time you tour Parliament, maybe take your vitamins beforehand, just in case. You're walking down a narrow dirt path just outside a sleepy medieval village. The sun hangs low over the thatched rooftops, casting long golden shadows, and there's a faint smell of hay and something else. Something feathered. That's when you hear the commotion, a mob of villagers, a robed judge, and in the center of it all, a chicken. Yes, an actual chicken. And it's on trial for murder. You might think you're dreaming, but nope, you're fully conscious, probably tucked in with a glass of water on your nightstand and a cozy blanket around your legs. The chicken, however, is not so lucky. It's been accused of laying an egg on the Sabbath or worse, producing a strangely shaped yolk. Either way, it's in big trouble. In the Middle Ages, animals could be and often were put on trial. Entire legal proceedings were carried out with full decorum. A lawyer might be appointed. Witnesses would testify. The charges were read aloud. Sometimes the accused didn't even show up to court because, well, they were pigs, or cows, or goats, or in one remarkable case, termites who destroyed a church bench. You watch the judge solemnly pronounce the sentence. Maybe it's banishment. Maybe it's death. Historians still argue whether these trials were sincerely judicial or simply moral theater, an attempt to reassure villagers that order was being restored after something weird or tragic happened. Either way, the records are real. Some pigs were hanged, roosters were burned at the stake. And no, not symbolically. Literally. In 1386, for example, a pig in France was publicly executed for the crime of murdering a child. It was dressed in human clothes. It was paraded through the town square. It had its little piggy ears solemnly cropped as part of its punishment. All very official. Meanwhile, nobody thought to question how a pig managed to commit premeditated homicide. The underlying idea was simple animals, as part of God's creation, could also be corrupted by evil. So if one went rogue, you punished it. That made the people feel better. Like maybe next time the grain wouldn't rot in the silo or the chickens wouldn't develop a taste for human toes. Because yes, apparently that was a concern. You duck into a town hall, stone floors, flickering torches, the occasional rat scurrying by, and spot another trial underway. This time, it's a swarm of locusts being excommunicated. No, really, an entire sermon is delivered. A priest declares that unless the bugs vacate the fields by Sunday, they will be cursed in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And if that doesn't work, time to call the bishop. These kinds of trials weren't just weird, they were expensive. Municipal funds were used to hire legal experts for the prosecution and defense of, say, a donkey accused of theft. Some scholars believe the effort was part religious ritual, part social control, and part deep medieval stress relief. You try fighting off 3 plagues, constant war, and 12 local superstitions about eclipses, and see if you don't feel like dragging a goose into court once in a while. And it wasn't just land animals. In 1314, a group of eels in Italy was declared guilty of causing a famine and ordered to be removed from the local river by force. Which, if nothing else, sounds like a scene from a very confused nature documentary. You sit on a rough-hewn bench, imagining the courtroom sketch artist trying to get the likeness of a particularly guilty-looking goat. Somewhere in the corner, a child clutches their mother's arm and whispers, "But what if the cat is innocent?" And that question might haunt you slightly as you drift towards sleep. Because cats were frequent targets too. Not just because they were suspected of consorting with witches, more on that later, but because they could vanish, suddenly hiss unexpectedly, or give people the evil eye. Sometimes all at once. In Basel, Switzerland, a black cat was executed for being possessed by the devil. And in France, hundreds of cats were burned en masse during feast days just in case. Now here's your mainstream historical fact. Animal trials were documented and codified in some regions. Theologians like St. Thomas Aquinas even debated whether animals had culpability, and municipal law books, actual thick vellum-bound law books, outlined procedure for the arrest and sentencing of livestock. You couldn't just throw a sheep in a dungeon. There were rules, protocols, probably paperwork. And here's a more fringe tidbit for you. One recorded defense argument for a group of rats involved a lawyer explaining that the rats didn't show up to court because the roads were dangerous. For the rats. And thus they should be excused. Let that sink in as you pull your blanket up to your chin. Somewhere in medieval Europe, a man stood in court and with a straight face asked a judge to consider that perhaps the rats were too afraid of cats to safely travel to the courtroom. Honestly, same. But the real kicker, these trials weren't even universally mocked. People took them seriously. The entire community often turned out to witness them. Because in a world where thunder was divine punishment and a crooked leg could be blamed on a forest spirit, it made total sense to ask a duck why it had trespassed in the mayor's garden. You begin to wonder if your cat knocked over a vase today, would a medieval tribunal declare her guilty of witchcraft property damage or both? And would she even show up to court? Probably not. She'd knock the summons off the table and go nap in a sunbeam. But you, dear listener, are a law-abiding citizen, at least in the modern age. Back then, you'd be a nervous wreck, glancing sideways at your goat, whispering to your dog not to bark near the chapel, giving your rooster a stern talk about not getting too cocky during mating season. As the village fades into dusk and the absurdity settles in your mind like soft moss, you realize something. Even the most bizarre laws were born from fear and the need for control. People were scared. Scared of death, of the devil, of failure. So they created structure. Even if that structure sometimes involved sentencing a frog to death by drowning. And so, next time your neighbor complains about modern laws, remind them it could be worse. At least your hamster isn't legally required to have a lawyer. You're meandering through a medieval marketplace now, bustling stalls, squawking chickens, muddy boots, and somewhere off to your left, someone is selling miracle onions. But you're not here for vegetables. You're here to shop for shoes, though you may want to tread lightly literally, because in 1463, England passed a law that restricted how long your shoes could be. Yes, your footwear had to meet legal specifications. Go over the limit and you were officially too fancy for your own good. These weren't just any shoes. You're thinking of Poulain's long, pointy-toed slippers that curled like wizard wands, or frankly medieval clown shoes. Some were so long they had to be tied to your knees with little chains to keep from flopping around like a pair of suicidal noodles. And people loved them. They were trendy, they were stylish, they were a flex. Until Parliament said, you know what? Absolutely not. The sumptuary law of 1463 limited shoe toe length to 2 inches for commoners. If you were upper class, you could go longer up to 6 inches for lords royals. They could stretch theirs out like they were trying to harpoon compliments from across the banquet hall. But everyone else, keep those toes tight, because your shoes said something about your status. And the government wasn't about to let your cobbler convince the town you were nobility. This wasn't just about fashion policing. It was about social hierarchy. In medieval England and much of Europe, sumptuary laws governed what you wore, how you wore it, and even what colors you could drape across your very average shoulders. Historians still argue whether these laws were actually enforced or just barked at the populace like an annoyed fashion police. But the records suggest that fines were issued, and in some cases the offending garments were publicly destroyed. You pause to imagine the humiliation of having your shoes confiscated for being too pointy. Someone snips the toes off in the town square, and you're left standing there in your little legal ankle socks of shame. Sumptuary laws didn't stop at footwear. No. They went all the way up. Certain fabrics like velvet, satin, and fur were restricted to certain classes. If you were a merchant, no purple for you. That was royal only. If you were a farmer, forget gold thread trim. Stick to wool and hope no one thinks it's too soft. It gets better. In 1571, England passed a law that made it compulsory for every male citizen over the age of 6, except the nobility, to wear a wool cap on Sundays and holidays. Failure to wear your regulation wool hat. A fine. Yes, a literal bad hair day could get you in legal trouble. This wasn't just fashion fascism. The wool industry was a major part of the economy, and the hat law was a way to boost domestic trade. Kind of like if you were legally obligated to wear locally made socks every Sunday just to keep Socktown in business. Unless you think England was alone in its fabric-based frenzy, take a short trip with me to Renaissance Italy. In Florence, they didn't just regulate fabric, they regulated sleeve width. Yes, sleeve width. If your sleeves were too wide, you could be fined. And if your dress showed too much décolletage, scandal. Punishable scandal. Unless, of course, you were rich enough to pay off the inspector. Now here's your mainstream historical fact. Sumptuary laws have existed in nearly every major civilization from ancient Rome to Ming China. The idea was always the same: regulate class visibility through clothing. Make it clear who's above and who's below all with a quick glance at a hemline or a hat feather. These laws were about control, about order, about making sure nobody got ideas just because they bought some flashy hose on sale. And your fringe tidbit. In medieval France, prostitutes were sometimes required by law to wear striped clothing like living traffic signs. If they were caught dressed respectably, they could be fined or imprisoned. Fashion in this case became both a trap and a cage. Imagine getting arrested for daring to wear beige. As you walk through the market, your gaze drops to your own modern pajamas. Soft, patterned, comfy, possibly illegal in 4 medieval counties. Your hoodie would be labeled suspiciously noble. Your slippers, contraband. But why were pointy shoes the breaking point? What did Pulene do to deserve Parliament's wrath? Well, aside from making it nearly impossible to run, they were seen as signs of vanity. Church leaders condemned them. Poets mocked them. One priest declared the style the devil's claws come to earth, which, if we're being honest, sounds like the name of an excellent indie band. But there may have been a practical concern, too. Pulanes made it hard to kneel in church, or dig ditches, or, walk like a person not training to be a stork impersonator. So, in a society where your social role was everything wearing shoes that said, I have never done a hard day's work in my life, was basically screaming for attention and punishment. You picture yourself back then, wanting to spice up your outfit? Just a little flair, a velvet ribbon, maybe a daring shoe tip. Then suddenly you're being lectured by a toothless bailiff about moral decay. And all you wanted was to look cute for the harvest fair. Historians still argue whether these laws were tools of repression or just attempts to create economic balance. Maybe both. After all, the line between fashion and rebellion has always been delightfully thin. Wearing the wrong thing could be a protest of performance or just poor judgment. You pause by a leather worker's stall. He offers you a pair of poultry-approved shoes just under regulation length. You slip them on, they're stiff but legal, and just ugly enough to keep you out of trouble. And somewhere in the back of your mind, as you prepare to shuffle off into the dream fog of medieval absurdity, you wonder what would they have thought of Crocs. Probably heresy. You shuffle forward now, legal shoes squishing slightly in the market mud, and spot something strange. A man standing in the center of a crowd, shouting at a turnip. No, not in anger. In reverence? Because he's swearing an oath on it. The crowd hushes, the man raises the vegetable and solemnly promises to repay a debt before the next harvest moon. Congratulations, you've just witnessed an oath-taking ceremony under medieval law. And let's just say it didn't always involve Bibles. In the Middle Ages, the act of swearing an oath was deadly serious business. People didn't just sign contracts, they invoked the divine. A typical business transaction might be sealed with a blood pact, or by clutching a sacred relic, or yes, by swearing on a turnip if that's all you had. Because what mattered wasn't the object itself, but the sincerity of your word and the belief that the heavens were paying attention. And they were very thorough about it. You might be asked to swear while touching holy bones or the church altar, or even while standing barefoot in a river. This was supposed to purify your soul, or at least make lying cold and miserable. Some oaths involved candles, others involved kissing icons, and some, especially in rural courts, got really creative. Swearing on livestock, not unheard of. One recorded case involved an oath taken with a hand on a freshly laid egg, which admittedly has more drama than a notary stamp. Mainstream historians agree that oath-taking was the foundation of medieval law enforcement. There were no surveillance cameras and very few written contracts. Your word given before witnesses and possibly a barnyard animal was your bond. And if you broke it, not only were you shunned, but people genuinely believed you risked eternal damnation. There's something very cosmic HR violation about that. But here's where things get a little crunchy. Because not all oaths were treated equally. You pass through a small court where a local farmer is being tried for failing to return a borrowed cart. He insists he did. The other party insists he didn't. With no written contract, the judge calls for a compurgation. Now, this is a treat. Under compurgation law, the accused could clear their name if a certain number of people, usually 12, stood up and swore they believed the accused was telling the truth. These weren't witnesses to the event, just character witnesses. Basically, if your friends thought you were a decent person, boom, legal victory. It's like trial by LinkedIn endorsement. Imagine being accused of stealing a chicken, and your defense is these 12 dudes say, I wouldn't. If that sounds ripe for abuse, you're not wrong. Historians still argue whether compurgation was a genuine system of trust or a medieval popularity contest with very high stakes. If you couldn't find enough people to vouch for you, well, then came the real fun trial by ordeal. Ah, yes, trial by ordeal. That magical time when truth was discovered through pain. You might be asked to plunge your hand into boiling water, carry a red hot iron a certain distance, or be thrown into a river with your hands bound. If you floated, you were guilty. If you sank, innocent but possibly dead. So, not the best legal outcome. Take a breath here because it only gets weirder. In one documented case, a man accused of theft was ordered to walk 9 paces over red-hot plowshares. If his feet healed cleanly within 3 days, he was declared innocent. If they festered, well, someone's about to have a very long limp and a short social life. But medieval folks didn't see this as barbaric. They saw it as divine intervention. God would protect the innocent. If you burned, blistered, or sank, that was on you. Maybe you sinned. Maybe you cheated at dice. Maybe you didn't pray hard enough. Either way, justice was served. Charred and steaming, but served. Let's not forget animal involvement again, because even in oaths they got roped in. In one town, people were required to swear upon their own dog that they had not committed certain crimes. The logic a man wouldn't lie in front of his loyal hound, which says a lot about how people viewed dogs, and absolutely nothing about cats. And if you're waiting for the fringe tidbit in all this madness, here it is. Some oaths had to be performed in total silence. That's right. You'd mime the entire vow while standing in front of a group of villagers because speaking aloud might pollute the truth. Think interpretive dance meets courtroom drama. Somewhere in Europe, someone probably lost a land dispute because their charades game was weak. This whole system oaths, compurgation ordeals, wasn't meant to be fair by modern standards. It was meant to maintain order. It gave the community a way to function without forensic labs or legal degrees. Did it work occasionally? Was it logical? Absolutely not. But it had ritual, it had flair. And if you ever need to resolve a roommate argument about whose turn it is to do the dishes, just know you could settle it with 12 character witnesses and a boiling kettle. Not recommended, but historically accurate. You step out of the courtroom into a soft twilight haze. Somewhere someone is swearing an oath on a loaf of bread. Another man is convincing a local judge that he couldn't return a goat on time because he got lost in a forest filled with sin. And honestly, it's the kind of excuse that would sound better if he'd had 12 friends to back him up. You walk on imagining what it would be like if today's legal system adopted some of these quirks. Swearing on your AirPods. Trial by pumpkin spice latte temperature. Character witnesses based on your group chat history. Actually, maybe we're better off. Still, there's something oddly cozy about the image of a courtroom where everyone knows everyone, where trust is currency, and where honesty is measured by whether your foot blisters on a shovel. So the next time someone asks you to swear on your life, just remember in the Middle Ages, they meant it. You ease away from the town square where boiling water and blisters pass for lie detection and make your way toward a small stone village with a thatched roof pub. The windows glow with warm candlelight, the kind that makes everything look romantic until you remember the entire building probably smells like wet wool and onions. Still, you push open the creaky door and step into a room that hums with chatter ale sloshing and a peculiar hush as someone enters behind you. Everyone turns. A woman. In trousers. And not just any trousers, well-fitted, probably tailored. And definitely not allowed. You've just stumbled into one of the strangest legal corners of medieval Europe laws against cross-dressing, which, to be clear, didn't come from a place of fashion elitism or, oh no, that tunic clashes with your eyes. No, these laws were social survival tools, and they had teeth. Start with the basic assumption of the time men were men, women were women, and everyone had their lane clothing, labor, religion, even posture. Step outside that boom. You could be fined, imprisoned, publicly shamed, or worse. The underlying idea was that clothes weren't just fabric, they were declarations of identity. Wearing the wrong clothes was seen as deception heresy or even witchcraft. Our mainstream historical fact. One of the best known examples is Joan of Arc, who was literally executed for, among other things, dressing in male clothing. Her military victories. Fine. Hearing voices from saints, problematic but tolerable. But those breaches apparently the real final straw. Now, here's the twist. Despite the strict rules, people did it anyway. You find yourself leaning against the pub's stone wall as a local tells a story, half whispered, half bragged, about a woman named Eleanor Reichner, arrested in 1394 in London for dressing as a man and working as a scribe and embroiderer, and occasionally as a sex worker under the alias John. Her case was documented in bizarre detail, including her male and female clients, her shifting identities, and the fact that she was fluent in Latin. The surviving court records are fascinating, and historians still argue whether the trial was about gender, sexuality, class, or some kaleidoscope of all three. But one thing is clear, Eleanor navigated a system built against her, it defied it, and confused everyone involved. And she wasn't alone. All over Europe records show that women disguise themselves as men to travel, work escape marriages, join armies, or simply disappear. Some were caught, many weren't. And a surprising number were, if discovered, let off with a warning or even treated as folk heroes. Society disapproved, but not always consistently. Kind of like medieval lactose intolerance, widespread, vaguely threatening, and often ignored after the third cup of goat's milk. And then there's the church, always ready to weigh in. Church law often forbade dressing as the opposite sex unless it was for survival. So, in theory, if you were a woman escaping bandits and tossed on a pair of trousers, you might get a pass. If you kept wearing them because you liked how your legs looked, that was heresy. Punishable heresy. Which leads us to a fringe tidbit you didn't expect tonight. Some medieval saints were actually gender non-conforming, or at least lived as the opposite gender. Take Saint Marina, born in Lebanon, who took the name Marinos and lived in a monastery for years completely undetected. When he was accused of fathering a child, Marinos didn't deny it, preferring to suffer in silence. Only after death did the monks discover the truth and immediately declared the whole thing holy. Marina was canonized. Yes, for living in disguise and taking the blame for a child she didn't father. Your moral, apparently lying, was forgivable if you did it quietly and suffered enough. But let's pan back to the ordinary folk for a moment. There were laws in cities like Paris and Florence that specifically banned women from wearing male clothing unless permitted by the bishop. Imagine needing clerical approval to wear trousers. It's like getting a permission slip from your priest to hit the gym in sweatpants. On the flip side, some men dressed as women during festivals, parades, or performances, and that was often tolerated, temporarily because it was seen as a joke. A parody, not a threat. But wear that dress too often. Suddenly you're in serious sin territory. Gender play was fine when it was fleeting. Enduring dangerous. You step out into the cool night again past the woman in trousers who, now that you think about it, has disappeared into the alley without drawing further attention. Maybe nobody here cares. Maybe they've all got their own secrets tucked under linen wraps and leather belts. You pass a merchant locking up his cart, a man with surprisingly dainty shoes for someone selling cabbage. He nods at you, and you wonder if he's bending a rule or just has good taste. Then you remember the oaths, the hot irons, the fashion police with measuring sticks. This town doesn't forget, but it chooses what to see and what not to. Historians still argue whether cross-dressing laws were strictly enforced or merely symbolic statements of what society expected, not what it realistically policed. The evidence suggests a bit of both. Harsh penalties existed, but so did endless loopholes, local variations, and moments of quiet rebellion. You can't help but admire the defiance in it all. A woman donning armor, a monk hiding silk underrobes, a street performer twirling in skirts just a little too long after the festival's end. And maybe medieval life wasn't so much about keeping the rules as it was about knowing when to bend them. Quietly, elegantly, maybe in trousers. You wander off into the night, one foot in the past, one foot somewhere far softer. You think about how identity is always a performance, even in pajamas. And in the hush between footsteps, you swear you hear a voice whisper, Saint Marina would approve. You wander a bit farther now, stepping over the uneven cobblestones as the wind starts to carry the smell of livestock and wood smoke from the lower part of the village. Somewhere nearby, a blacksmith's hammer rings out a rhythmic clang, and you follow the sound until it leads you to a different kind of clang, entirely the sharp, unmistakable rattle of metal on metal want from a person. Standing at the center of the street is a man entirely wrapped in chains, not as some sort of punishment, but as fashion, or more accurately, as a fine. Welcome to the bizarre world of medieval punishments that went beyond prison cells. This is where public humiliation became the go-to legal strategy for wrongdoers. Why lock someone away when you could turn them into a walking, clanking example for all to see? Tonight's focus is one of the Middle Ages' oddest yet strangely effective deterrents, the punishments that weren't just painful or costly, but embarrassingly memorable. Let's start with the mainstream fact, the stocks. Everyone knows about those wooden frames where your head and hands are locked in place while you sit in the town square, exposed to the weather and the villagers' creative insults. But what many don't know is just how long you might be stuck there. Hours, days. And while you were on display, people might throw spoiled food, dead rats, or if they were feeling festive, a whole bucket of eels. Why eels, no one knows. Historians still argue whether eel chucking was a real thing or just one scribe's bad joke preserved forever. Still, being in the stocks wasn't always about crime. Sometimes it was about debt. Sometimes it was about bad behavior, public drunkenness, gossip, or even glancing too long at someone else's spouse. And yes, if you were caught lying in court. Straight to the stocks you went, no appeal. But let's climb a little weirder, shall we? In some German towns, there was the shame, flute and iron collar shaped like a flute, clamped around the neck and fingers of a musician who played poorly. The offender would be paraded through the streets holding the fake instrument, while people cheered. Imagine being legally declared the village's worst saxophonist. Brutal. Musically humiliating. And there's more. One fringe punishment you stumble across tonight is a public donkey ride. Not a pleasant one. The guilty party would be forced to ride a donkey backward, often naked, through the center of town. People would laugh, throw things, maybe chant rhymes about your bad business practices or your subpar cooking. And there was always a drummer, because shame is louder with percussion. Punishment in this context wasn't about isolation, it was about spectacle. The community watched, Children giggled, elders nodded sagely, and everyone walked away with a moral lesson. Don't be like that guy. Even fashion got involved. Ever hear of the coat of shame? In France and parts of Italy, people who spread rumors might be forced to wear a garment sewn from mismatched animal hides with enormous donkey ears attached. It was heavy, smelly, and designed for public recognition. Gossip, it turns out, wasn't just a bad habit. It was a prosecutable offense, especially if you suggested the mayor's wife looked a little too familiar with the blacksmith. Now, here's where it gets even more surreal. In some villages, minor thieves, especially kids, would be paraded with their stolen items tied around their necks. So, if you filched bread, congratulations, you now had a crusty baguette necklace and a full day of walking shame loops around the village square. Bread armor, let's call it. Not ideal in the rain. And don't forget the cucking stool. This little gem was a dunking device often used for women accused of being scolds nags, or heaven forbid assertive. The offender would be strapped into a chair and dunked repeatedly into a river or pond. Cold water plus community jeering equaled correction. And again, historians still debate whether this was used more for real legal offenses or just as a tool to suppress women who didn't toe the domestic line. Spoiler, probably the latter. But not all punishments were noisy or theatrical. Some were eerie in their silence. Imagine being forced to wear a wooden yoke around your neck, a wide, clumsy thing that kept you from moving easily, eating properly, or even lying down to sleep. You'd walk the streets like that for days, your only crime being that you sold watered-down beer. Which, to be fair, probably did deserve some sort of consequence. You pass a local churchyard and spot something carved into a weathered stone, an image of a tongue being nailed to a board. You raise your eyebrows. Yes, that was a real punishment too. Slander, heresy, or lying could result in temporary tongue nailing. People would be strapped to a wooden post and their tongues, depending on the severity, either pierced or pinned to teach a very painful lesson about speaking out of turn. Now take a deep breath and look around. The medieval village you're walking through doesn't just thrive on trade and farming, it thrives on visibility. Crime and punishment here are theatrical tools, public rituals, legal dramas with real consequences. And yet, there's a strange kind of mercy in all of this, because most of these punishments were temporary. You didn't spend 20 years in a dungeon. You endured your embarrassment, then got to go home. In a world where prisons were few and resources limited, public shame was a cheap, effective alternative. It also kept the justice system in the hands of the community. People saw the punishment. They knew the crime. Justice wasn't invisible. It was paraded down Main Street with bells on. Of course, it had its flaws. Mob justice, corruption, personal vendettas. If the town didn't like you, your sentence could be 10 times worse. If the judge liked your uncle well, maybe your shame flute had fewer spikes. Fair, not remotely, but functional in a deeply human way. So you step aside as another figure clanks past, wearing a wooden sign around their neck that reads simply, "Liar?" The sign is painted in bold red. The figure walks slowly, eyes down. No one throws anything, they just watch. And you realize in a world without TV, court cases were the entertainment. And you unwillingly are now part of the audience. Maybe next time you'll skip the bread theft and stick to honest work. Like eel throwing. At least that seems socially acceptable. You move quietly away from the shame parade, the clink of chains and muffled laughter fading into the thickening night. Your feet crunch along a path of gravel and dirt as the village gives way to open pasture. Overhead, the moon is high, casting a cool glow over rolling hills, and the distant silhouette of a windmill that's probably seen more than its share of unlicensed grain grinding. And that brings us surprisingly to your next stop, livestock law. Yes, friend, even the animals had rules. Or rather, the humans who owned or didn't own them did. Because in the medieval world, cows weren't just cows. Pigs weren't just pigs, and don't even get started on swans. These creatures had legal rights, social statuses, and in some cases, criminal records. Let's start with our mainstream historical fact. Animals could be and often were put on trial, real trials, in real courtrooms, with real judges and legal representatives. You trudge closer to a sleepy hamlet where a half-collapsed barn leans dramatically to one side, and inside you swear you hear the low grumble of a cow. Innocent. Hard to say, because in 1386, in Falaise, France, a pig was tried for attacking a child. The pig lost, executed publicly in the town square dressed in human clothing, because humiliation had no species boundaries. That wasn't an isolated incident. Pigs, goats, even roosters were summoned before tribunals, especially in rural areas. Their crimes ranged from trampling crops to demonic possession. A rooster in Switzerland was once sentenced to death for laying an egg. You pause. Yes, that's biologically impossible. And yes, the court decided the egg must have been the devil's doing, because naturally a male chicken with maternal tendencies clearly worked for Satan. Now, the fringe tidbit you didn't know you needed animals sometimes had lawyers. In serious ecclesiastical courts, accused animals were appointed a legal advocate, usually a cleric or notary, who would argue their innocence. These defenders took their jobs seriously. Imagine a monk hunched over parchment by candlelight, crafting a case to prove that your goat had no malicious intent when it gored the baker's apprentice. Historians still argue whether these trials were symbolic moral lessons or genuinely believed legal practices. Probably both. Definitely weird. But animals weren't just on trial, they had status. In England, livestock ownership was highly regulated. If your pigs wandered freely through the village without a ring in their noses to prevent rooting, you could be fined. If your rooster crowed before dawn, also fined. And if your sheep got into the Lord's barley, that's not just an accident, it's practically an act of war. You walk past a wooden pen where a particularly grumpy-looking sheep stares at you with what feels like intent. You're not sure whether to nod respectfully or file a complaint. Now, brace yourself for this next one: animal branding. To prevent livestock theft, an enormous problem in a world without CCTV towns required owners to mark their animals. This could be done with painted symbols, ear notches, or hot branding irons. Some villages had entire registries, like a medieval DMV for cows. You had to register your brand, pay a fee, and renew it yearly. Forget to do that. Someone else could claim your goat was theirs. It happened more often than you'd think. And speaking of goats, some were promoted to holy status. Certain monasteries believed that particularly docile or oddly intelligent animals were blessed. They were treated like members of the community, fed better, allowed to sleep indoors. You chuckle imagining a goat with better room and board than the local peasants, but don't laugh too loud. There are records of pigs receiving Christian burials, complete with candlelight vigils. Medieval compassion was unpredictable. Now pivot to the royal side of things. In England, all swans technically belong to the king. Still true today, believe it or not. But in the Middle Ages, that law was strictly enforced. Unauthorized swan possession could land you in court. And these weren't casual swans waddling around. These were luxury bird status symbols. Killing one without royal permission, that wasn't just poaching. That was treason light. You imagine a grizzled knight being led away in chains, his only crime, honking back at a royal bird. And let's not forget cat law. In many towns, cats were considered suspicious, too clever, too quiet, too independent. During certain periods, especially the late 13th and early 14th centuries, mass cat killings were sanctioned because cats were believed to be witches' familiars or symbols of heresy. And of course, when the plague hit, the absence of cats made the rat problem worse. It's one of history's most ironic feedback loops. But not all animal interactions were legal nightmares. Some animals were adored. Horses had entire rule books written around them. Special taxes applied to stallions kept for breeding. Certain war horses were so valuable they had insurance before there was even a word for it. And when one died in battle, there were poems written like losing a knight, but with more oats and fewer vowels. You pass a stable now where a horse snorts gently in its sleep, dreaming probably of open meadows and not, say, legal paperwork. Lucky beast. And here's your final oddity of the night marriage by proxy involving animals. There's a highly disputed story from 14th century Italy about a nobleman who, as punishment for extreme arrogance and disrespect toward local clergy, was sentenced to marry a donkey in a parody ceremony. Historians still argue whether this event really happened or was just an exaggerated political satire. But if it did happen, imagine the cake. So, why all these animal laws? Simple. In the medieval mind, animals weren't separate from society, they were part of it. They carried goods, guarded homes, fed families. When one went rogue, the community took it seriously. And in a world where everyone watched everyone else, be they human or not, justice had to include the barnyard. You step into a quiet field now, stars thick overhead. A cow lows gently behind you, possibly in judgment. You look down at your shoes and imagine what punishment they'd give you for accidentally stepping in something sacred. Probably a backward donkey ride. With a bell around your neck, the night grows softer, but the animals, oh, they're still watching. You leave the pasture behind, brushing a bit of hay from your shoulder, still wary of judgmental cows and justice-dealing poultry. The road begins to curve upward, winding through a grove of crooked trees. Somewhere in the branches, an owl hoots, a sound you now hear less as nature and more as possible legal testimony. As you continue, a new kind of oddity beckons the strange laws around clothing. Because in the medieval world, what you wore wasn't just fashion, it was legality. Your tunic, your shoes, even the color of your belt could land you in serious trouble. Yes, welcome to the deeply bizarre world of sumptuary laws where style met surveillance. And heaven help you if you wore silk on a Tuesday. Let's ground you first in a mainstream historical fact. Sumptuary laws were common across Europe from the 13th century onward. Kings and city councils passed hundreds of these regulations in an effort to control social order through wardrobe restrictions. The idea was simple: what you wore revealed who you were, and heaven forbid a butcher's son looked too much like a baron. You walk into a candlelit village market where stalls are draped in rough linen and bundles of dyed wool. A sign on one post reads, "No crimson for servants. Fine 3 groats." Right to the point. Crimson dye was expensive, and if you weren't of noble blood, that particular shade of red was forbidden. Wear it anyway, and you'd be fined, publicly shamed, or in some cases stripped of the garment right then and there. Which brings us to tonight's fringe tidbit fashion inspectors. Yes, actual officers whose sole duty was to walk around, examine your clothes, and determine whether they violated any sumptuary laws. Imagine being stopped mid-sausage buying and scolded because your boots were 2 inches too pointy. It happened. In fact, the length of shoe points called poulain was so regulated in 15th century England that fines were issued based on inches of excess flair. Too pointy, too fancy, too bad. You pass a tailor's shop, now shutters open to reveal half-finished gowns and bolts of velvet locked behind bars. Not to protect them from thieves, well, not just thieves, but from jealous neighbors ready to report anyone who appeared to be dressing above their station. Yes, in some towns you could be fined for reporting too late to the local authorities, when your neighbor suddenly upgraded from wool to silk. It was like a medieval version of who wore it illegally. Now brace yourself for one of the strangest fashion-based laws of all. You were sometimes required to wear your profession. Not figuratively, literally. If you were a baker, you might have to wear a specific color or hat. Prostitutes in parts of Italy and France were legally required to wear yellow ribbons bells or even heart-shaped patches. Not for modesty, but visibility. The law was less about morality and more about marking bodies like walking advertisements. And historians still argue whether this regulation was about public health, religious control, or just plain nosiness. Probably all three. You make your way past a group of men warming themselves by a brazier. One wears a strikingly tall hat with gold trim. The others glare. He notices you and mutters, "My cousin's a bishop." This is technically a religious inheritance. You nod politely and move on because if he's lying, he's two bell tolls away from a fashion tribunal. Women weren't spared. In fact, they were usually targeted more aggressively. Married women were often forbidden to wear certain jewelry silks or imported furs. Unmarried women could be restricted from wearing veils if they were deemed provocative. And widows. They had to wear black for a specified mourning period, or risk being fined for premature cheerfulness. And don't think children were exempt. In some cities, children of merchants could not wear velvet no matter how rich daddy's spice trade was. Velvet was for nobility. Let your kid wear it and boom, 20 shillings out the door and a strongly worded note from the mayor. But here's where it gets really weird. Certain fabrics were so tied to class that they were illegal for entire social groups. In Venice, lace became the battleground. Only the elite could wear handmade bobbin lace. Caught wearing it as a commoner, it could be confiscated on the spot like contraband. Some cities had literal fashion police who would snip illegal trims off cloaks while you walked. The laws didn't stop at clothing. Jewelry, weaponry, and even buttons fell under scrutiny. Too many buttons, suspiciously rich. Gold thread embroidery, a direct violation unless you had royal connections. Shoes with platform soles. Legal if you were nobility, dangerous if you were a merchant's wife trying to cheat the mud. And let's talk about color. Colors had class. Purple was famously the royal shade because the dye came from crushed sea snails and cost a small fortune. But other hues had social codes too. Green was often reserved for youthful nobility, blue for devout women, and black, curiously enough, was considered luxurious because the dye was hard to fix properly into fabric. So if your cloak was deeply black and didn't fade, people noticed, and the sheriff might stop you for it. You pass a small inn where two women are arguing over a headdress. One claims it's legal, the other swears it's too tall. The dispute will likely end in a fine or worse, a trip to the local court, where fabric disputes are heard 3 times a week. And don't forget the punishments. Wearing illegal clothing could result in monetary fines, yes, but also public shaming. One common tactic, forcing the lawbreaker to wear their offending garment inside out for a week, in full view of the town. Others were made to wear signs or carry scrolls proclaiming their crime. I wore ermine when I was but a dyer's son. It's worth pausing to reflect on why all this mattered so much. In the medieval mindset, order was visible. The world was supposed to look a certain way. You should be able to glance at a person and know if they could vote in town meetings, pay taxes, or marry your cousin. Clothing that blurred those lines was dangerous, not just to fashion, but to the fragile idea of a society with everyone in their proper place. Historians still argue whether sumptuary laws were more about economic control or rigid moralism. They were probably a cocktail of both with a big splash of envy and a twist of fear. Because let's face it, nobody likes when the fishmonger starts showing up in brocade. You exit the market adjusting your imaginary cloak to ensure it's legal. Probably. As the wind picks up, you picture yourself walking past a fashion inspector. He squints. You sweat. You. Are your hose too bright? Is your tunic too finely woven too late? You're already in the sumptuary spotlight. You step carefully out of the shadowy market, now acutely aware of your wardrobe, even if it's entirely imaginary. The path narrows, lined with crooked cottages, where flickering candlelight peeks through wooden shutters. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster crows far too early or far too late. You're not sure. What you do know is that tonight's bizarre journey is far from over. And just when you think it can't get weirder, you stumble into the world of time, specifically medieval laws about when you could and couldn't do things. Because in the Middle Ages, time wasn't just told by bells or the sun. It was governed by law. Welcome to the land of time-specific behavior restrictions, where misjudging an hour could cost you more than just your reputation. Let's anchor this with a mainstream historical fact. Medieval life was ruled by church bells. From matins at dawn to vespers in the evening, the rhythm of life, work, meals, prayers was structured around ecclesiastical time. But secular laws got in on the act too, with some towns introducing local curfews, marketplace hours, and even laws dictating when you could bathe. Yes, really, there were legally clean hours. You hear the faint toll of a bell in the distance, and imagine a town crier announcing that no one is to buy eggs past the 6th hour. Sounds ridiculous, right? But these curfews weren't just about safety, they were about control. After a certain hour, windows had to be shuttered, fires doused, and all merrymaking. Especially loud singing was strictly prohibited. That's right, you could literally be arrested for singing a drinking song past bedtime. A bit harsh, especially if you hit the meat a little too hard. Now, here's a delicious fringe tidbit. In some towns, night baking was illegal. You pass a darkened bakery, the coal's long gone cold. That's no accident. In medieval London, for example, bakers were forbidden from baking after sunset. The rationale: safety, fuel economy, and fire risk. But also a less discussed issue: price manipulation. Night baking made it easier for bakers to hide the use of low-quality flour or reheat old loaves. So the city cracked down. If you were caught baking illicitly in the moonlight, the punishment could be a stiff fine or having your oven sealed shut. And that's not even the strangest kitchen curfew. In some regions of France, you weren't allowed to boil cabbage after dusk. Why? Historians still argue whether this was because of fire hazards, bad smells, or an ancient superstitious belief that boiling greens at night attracted spirits. Yes, actual spirits, not metaphorical ones. Imagine being haunted by a ghost offended by your soup. You shake your head walking past a vegetable cart with a suspicious lack of cabbage. You try not to ask questions. Let's talk market laws next. Many towns had strict laws about market hours. You could only buy fish on certain days, and not just because of fasting rules. Selling certain goods at the wrong hour was considered disruptive and punishable. There are records of people being fined for trying to buy a goose too early in the morning. Imagine getting up at dawn to prep for a feast and being told, "No, madam, the geese are not legally awake." And then we have the utterly peculiar business of time-based noise laws. In parts of Italy and Germany, it was illegal to use certain tools or even speak loudly past a specific hour. Some cities enforced whisper laws after curfew. You literally had to whisper. This applied especially during periods of mourning, Lent, or war. Children were fined for playing in the street past the 7th bell. And yes, that fine could be passed to the parents. What joy. And don't get caught hammering anything during the wrong hour. Blacksmiths had their own restricted working hours in many towns. The clanging was considered disruptive. If you struck an anvil after dark, that was nearly a misdemeanor. You pause by an abandoned forge, the anvil covered in rust. You whisper to it just in case. Now let's look at Sundays. The medieval church had a serious opinion about time, especially holy time. Working on Sundays was more than just frowned upon, it was legally punishable. You could be fined or forced to donate to the church. In one case, a man was whipped for sharpening a plow blade during Sunday Mass. Even more curious, in some villages, animals weren't allowed to work on holy days. Oxen caught pulling carts on a Sunday confiscated. Temporarily, like time out for cows. This led to some very creative law dodging. People would start their chores minutes before the Sunday bell and accidentally finish a few hours later. Historians still argue whether these loopholes were openly tolerated or just quietly ignored. Either way, if your neighbor was threshing wheat while everyone else was praying, expect side-eye from the entire congregation. Here's a moment for a palate cleanser bedtime. In some towns, a literal bedtime bell rang. Around 8 or 9 p.m., depending on the season, a bell would signal the end of the working day. People were expected to go inside, douse their hearths, and sleep. Staying awake was suspect. Too much wakefulness. Clearly a sign of sin or plotting. One French town even had laws forbidding candle use after the bell, unless you were a monk, a scribe, or actively giving birth. And yes, there was an official exemption list. Midwives were fine, blacksmiths, not so much. You duck under a street archway as a wind picks up the night air brushing against your cheek like an overly dramatic magistrate. It's the kind of wind that says you'd better not be boiling cabbage. But, of course, not all laws were obeyed. Smugglers, bakers, and even scholars broke curfews regularly. There's a story of a Cambridge student in 1412 who was caught wandering after dark with an illegal lamp reading poetry. He claimed it was for study. The town claimed it was a gateway to devilry. He was fined and his lamp confiscated. You wonder if he ever finished the poem. Let's not forget time and alcohol. Taverns had very strict closing hours enforced not by bar staff but by city patrols. Being caught inside a tavern after closing could get you arrested. Being the owner, worse. In one particularly strict town, tavern doors were chained shut after hours, and if anyone was found hiding inside, both the guests and the landlord were punished. One man claimed he fell asleep under a bench and didn't hear the bell. He was given a week of street sweeping. You pass a quiet alehouse now, the windows shuttered, a faint smell of yeast in the air. You smile. Probably a baker illegally fermenting something right now. So what do we take from all this? The medieval world treated time not as a personal right, but as a communal schedule. The law existed not just to protect property, but to enforce harmony, predictability, routine. Because when the world felt chaotic, plague, war, famine, the clock became a kind of shared ritual. Time was sacred, and breaking its rhythm wasn't just inconvenient. It was an insult to the order of the universe. And you're now a little more cautious about your night walks and after-hours snacks. Best to stay quiet. Best not to sing. And whatever you do, don't even think about cabbage. You tread on cautiously now, with every crunch of gravel underfoot sounding suspiciously like a minor violation. You glance around for watchful eyes, half expecting a candle inspector to leap from behind a bush demanding your bedtime license. Don't worry, we've left the temporal tyranny behind for now. But as you wind down this sleepy village lane, another flavor of medieval absurdity comes into view: food. Not just what you could eat, but what you couldn't when you couldn't, and sometimes who you couldn't eat it with. Yes, tonight we explore the delightfully strange and at times downright laughable food laws of the Middle Ages. Get ready to cross-examine bread, interrogate pies, and maybe develop a healthy fear of suspicious cheeses. Let's start with something simple and factual. In the medieval world, food quality was deeply tied to law. Bakers, brewers, butchers, and fishmongers were under strict regulation. For example, the 13th century assize of bread and ale in England not only dictated the quality and weight of loaves and the purity of beer, but also included mandatory inspections. Bakers who shortchanged weight faced fines or worse. Their bread might be nailed to their forehead in public as punishment. Literally. And you thought gluten-free was intense. As you pass an empty bakery stall, the scent of ancient flour still lingering, you remember there were bread watchers employed by towns. They'd weigh loaves at random and confiscate any that didn't measure up. One too light biscuit, and it's straight to the stocks for you. The stocks, by the way, were usually right near the market, so yes, your food crimes were judged in full view of hungry onlookers. Now, for a delightfully fringed tidbit, meat pies had to be inspected for contents, because as it turns out, stuffing a crust full of mystery meat wasn't just a medieval cooking choice, it was a legal gray area. Laws were passed in several cities requiring official pie testers people whose job was to slice open meat pies and verify that they did, in fact, contain meat of legal origin. There's even a record of a man fined for using graveyard meat in pies. Historians still argue whether that was an exaggeration for spoiled offal or a deeply unsettling case of corpse cuisine. Either way, the pie was seized, the man was fined, and a new law was passed requiring all pie vendors to operate within a stone's throw of a watchman. You glance at a nearby inn with a crooked sign hanging from its door. A painted pie with a sword sticking out of it. Possibly a joke. Possibly a warning. Another peculiar favorite fish laws. Now you already know that religion shaped food consumption in the Middle Ages. Fasting days, especially Fridays and during Lent, were meat-free, which meant fish was the holy loophole. But what counted as a fish wasn't always straightforward. Beavers, for example, were legally classified as fish. Why? Because they had scaly tails and lived in water, that's it. Boomfish. And yes, people ate beaver on Fridays and felt spiritually intact. Otters, too. Some monasteries served otter stew with full papal approval. Historians still argue whether this was theological flexibility or creative menu management. Probably both. You duck into the shadow of a tavern where echoes of drunken songs drift from upstairs windows. A sign warns, "No pickled herring after Vespers." Probably a leftover law, but not impossible. In some places, pickling fish late at night was considered unhygienic or possibly just too noisy. Imagine trying to sleep while your neighbor aggressively salts mackerel. Moving deeper into food absurdities, we arrive at communal feasting laws. In some medieval towns, feast attendance was mandatory. If a lord threw a feast and invited the village, you had to attend or face a fine. Even if you were sick. Even if your cow was giving birth. Compulsory merriment, as one chronicler called it. There were records of entire families being fined for declining pork out of turn. And speaking of pigs, let's talk pig law. In many towns, pork had to be cooked a certain way. Smoked pork was more acceptable than boiled. But here's the kicker: in some towns, it was illegal to sell pork after midday. Why? Because unsold meat went rancid quickly. And food poisoning wasn't just unpleasant, it was interpreted as divine punishment. To avoid plague rumors and divine wrath, afternoon pork sales were outlawed entirely. You pass a barrel marked for vinegar only, and remember, spoiled food wasn't always discarded. Vinegar brewers made a living buying bad wine. In fact, there were laws protecting their right to buy spoiled casks at discount. Some vintners tried to disguise bad wine as young wine. That too became illegal, complete with smell testers who could sniff a cork and fine you on the spot. And, oh yes, wine laws. They were elaborate. Cities like Bordeaux had entire guilds of wine jurors whose job was to approve or condemn barrels before public sale. In parts of Italy, bar owners had to mark their doorways with the current price of a cup of wine in chalk. Changing the price without notice, illegal. Watering the wine, double illegal. There's even a preserved record from Florence where a tavern owner was caught selling wine so thin it may as well be rain. They made him serve it to pigs for a month as penance. The pigs, it's reported, refused the second cup. You hear laughter from a nearby courtyard. A group of travelers sit around a fire roasting something on a spit. One of them offers you a skewer. You politely decline. You've read too many laws to accept unidentified medieval meat. Now let's not forget about eggs. Eggs were taxed in many cities. In some places, only licensed vendors could sell them, and they had to carry egg seals to prove freshness. No seal, no sale. Worse, some religious orders weren't allowed to eat eggs during specific fasting periods, even though they were borderline acceptable. Monks who broke the egg fast sometimes faced penance or silence. Literal enforced silence for eating an egg. The most rebellious Benedictine probably once whispered, "It was poached." And dairy, oh dairy, had its day in court. Cheese, milk, and especially butter were under scrutiny, especially in hot months. Spoiled dairy led to disease, and so city officials carried out cheese rounds where vendors' products were weighed, sniffed, and even taste tested, though one suspects that was the part of the job nobody volunteered for. But here's something modern foodies will appreciate. Street food had rules. You couldn't just sell hot meat on a corner. You needed a license, and in some towns you were limited by menu. One vendor might have a permit for sausages but not pies. Another could sell broth but not bread. It was like a bureaucratic food truck war. And violating your menu license that could land you in a magistrate's office faster than a meatball that rolls off a plate. So where does that leave you? Walking under the soft orange glow of an unseen moon stomach, rumbling heart filled with questions. Could you have survived medieval mealtime? Would you have passed the cheese inspection? Or been nailed by a wine juror for excessive watering? Probably not. But the important thing is this: every bite in the Middle Ages had baggage. Every loaf came with law. And every mysterious stew carried the potential for both nourishment and prosecution. So, maybe, just maybe, that slightly stale snack in your cupboard tonight is a blessing. At least it won't be confiscated by the sheriff for having too much cinnamon. You walk on the imaginary taste of questionable pie lingering on your tongue when a new scent wafts through the darkness. Something metallic, a little earthy, and somehow important. It's the smell of status, of control, of money. You've stepped out of the shadow of food law and straight into the shimmering, clinking world of medieval sumptuary laws. These were the laws that tried to tell you who you were by what you wore, and more importantly, who you weren't. In a world where fabric could mean power and a single button could signal rebellion, the state took fashion very seriously. Welcome to the Middle Ages, where getting dressed could be a political act, and wearing the wrong color could literally get you arrested. Let's start with a mainstream historical fact to button this up. Sumptuary laws were designed to reinforce the rigid class structure of medieval society. In places like England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire, these laws detailed exactly what materials, colors, and accessories were allowed at each social level. Were you a duke? Velvet was fine. A merchant, stick to wool. A peasant, don't even think about fur. The idea was that you should dress appropriately to your station so nobody got any clever ideas about social mobility. You glance down at your imaginary robes, suddenly self-conscious. Did your tunic say modest yeoman? Or wannabe knight? Better hope no one's inspecting. Now here's a delightful fringe tidbit in 14th century Florence. There were laws specifically limiting the size of your sleeves. Yes. Sleeve circumference. If your sleeves were too long, too puffy, or adorned with more than a prescribed number of buttons, you were in violation. One man was fined for having sleeves wide enough to shelter a chicken, which raises questions, sure, but mostly illustrates the absurdity. This obsession with detail extended to hose shoes and even hats. Long pointed shoes called poulain had to be cut to size depending on rank. Nobles could go long and floppy. Laborers toe modesty only. You pass a statue in the moonlight, a stone knight with dramatically puffed sleeves and dagger-like shoes. Probably an outlaw. But sumptuary laws weren't just about class. They were also about morality. There was deep suspicion about luxury. It made people lazy, corrupt, and worst of all, confusing. If a merchant could dress like a baron, how would anyone know who to bow to? And if a woman wore silk instead of linen, who knew what other scandalous ideas she might have? In some towns, women were fined for wearing veils made of certain fabrics, or for donning belts with too many jewels. One widow in Rouen was publicly shamed for draping herself in crimson without license. Crimson historians still argue whether this was a serious act of rebellion or just someone trying to feel pretty at market. Meanwhile, prostitutes were required by law to dress differently, usually with yellow veils or striped cloaks. Not to shame them, though, that was part of it, but to distinguish them from honest women. You can see how this might cause problems. Mistaken identity, unjust assumptions, or just unfortunate laundry days. There are recorded cases where women were fined or beaten for looking too fine or too loose, depending on who was doing the judging. And here's an even weirder twist in England under Edward III. Rich merchants were allowed to dress above their station, but only if they paid an annual fee, a kind of fashion tax. So, yes, if you wanted to wear velvet and gold thread, you could. You just had to buy your way into the illusion of nobility. You pass a gate with iron scrollwork, and you imagine someone slipping through it, cloak swirling dramatically before being stopped by the fashion police. Yes, there were actual wardrobe enforcers. In cities like Venice and Paris, special officers were hired to patrol markets and church steps watching for illegal lace or forbidden silks. In London, these officers sometimes carried a length of measuring string to check sleeve width. Offenders were fined or sent home to change. In repeat cases, the offending garments were confiscated and publicly burned. Burned. Imagine losing your favorite outfit because your collar was too luxurious. The trauma. Men didn't escape scrutiny either. In fact, some of the most ridiculous regulations were aimed at young men trying to look flashy. Bright hose, slashed doublets, and jewelry were heavily regulated. In one German town, unmarried men were forbidden from wearing cloaks, longer than knee length on the grounds that long cloaks encouraged swagger and idle posture. Swaggering was a punishable offense. Seriously. And don't even get us started on gold thread. Gold embroidery was so tightly regulated that in some places it could only be worn by royalty or members of the church. Tailors had to keep ledgers proving they hadn't made any illegal garments, and if they were caught making something too fancy for a client's status, they were punished right alongside the customer. Which explains why medieval tailors had a reputation for being cautious and snippy. One London tailor famously refused to sew a garment because the silk was too ambitious for the shoulders that would carry it. Of course, these laws weren't always enforced equally. Nobles got away with fashion crimes more easily. Enforcement often came down to pettiness, neighbor reporting neighbor, a jealous guild rival pointing fingers. Sometimes a person was fined not for what they wore, but for wearing it too proudly. which we can all agree is entirely subjective. But that was the point. Sumptuary laws were less about fabric and more about fear. You peer into a dark tailor's shop, needles lined up on a wooden block like soldiers. Somewhere a ghostly inspector still hovers, muttering about hem lengths. Let's not forget the role of festivals. Festivals were temporary zones of fashion chaos. During Carnival, people wore costumes meant to mock the nobility, with peasants donning fake crowns and priests dressing as devils. Sumptuary laws were usually suspended, sort of. The idea was that for 1 or 2 days a year, everyone could pretend to be someone else. But even then, there were limits. In 15th century France, a baker was arrested for dressing as a bishop during Carnival. He claimed it was satire. The bishop was not amused. Historians still argue whether these brief reversals of order were genuinely liberating or just controlled venting. Either way, they show the tension between appearance and identity. And then there's the strange case of sumptuary loopholes. Some people got creative. Couldn't wear real gold, they used gilded leather. Couldn't afford silk. They bought cotton, dyed and woven to mimic it. Some tailors specialized in legal fakes garments that looked extravagant but passed inspection. There are even records of people renting fancy clothes for special occasions, then returning them before they could be fined. It's like medieval Rent the Runway, but with more goats and less branding. So, where does that leave us, wandering down a cobbled path with a hypothetical fur trim? Medieval sumptuary laws remind us that identity was both sacred and fragile. Clothes weren't just about warmth or beauty, they were about knowing your place. And heaven forbid you looked like you didn't belong. Because in a world so determined to keep order, even the color of your shoelaces could raise suspicions. You wrap your imaginary cloak a little tighter, not too long, not too soft, just regulation peasant-grade wool. And you walk on, blending into the darkness, entirely legal. For now. You move along, adjusting your cloak just enough to avoid any accidental sleeve violations, though truthfully the sumptuary police have probably gone to bed. But as the cool breeze rustles the nearby trees, another type of medieval madness rises to greet you this time, involving something even more personal than fashion your name. Yes, tonight, you stumble into a world where names were more than just labels. They were legal declarations, social signals, and sometimes weapons in court. You're about to discover how the Middle Ages tried, sometimes hilariously, sometimes terrifyingly, to regulate who you could be called and what names were allowed to exist at all. Let's ground ourselves in a fact first. In early medieval Europe, most people only had a single name. That worked well enough in a small village. John was John, and everyone just sort of figured out which John you meant. Maybe he was John the blacksmith or John with a goat. But as towns grew and governments got nosier, this became problematic. So surnames were born, often occupational, locational, or descriptive. And when surnames became a thing, so did name laws. Imagine this: you're named Thomas Baker. Easy enough. But then you decide you're not into bread anymore. You start making candles. Technically, you're now misleading people. In parts of 13th century England and France, it was illegal to continue using an occupational surname that no longer applied to your trade. Your last name had to reflect your work or location. No freeloading on bread-based prestige if you were selling wax. Historians still argue whether this was rigid enforcement or bureaucratic overreach, but at least one man was fined for calling himself Roger Smith while working as a tanner. He insisted he still knew how to forge iron on Sundays. The judge was unmoved. As you walk past a crooked village signpost, you notice the old painted names Ulrich of the Hill, Ayla Pigbreath, and Simon No Tooth. Ah, yes, descriptive names. Some of the most peculiar laws were aimed at them. Take pig breath. That's a documented surname. It might have started as an insult or a joke, but once it stuck, it was legally binding. In many towns, once your name was registered, you couldn't just change it because you felt embarrassed. There were laws against arbitrary renaming. You could be fined for attempting to modify or beautify your name without approval from a magistrate. One woman in Cologne tried to drop Stinkdorp from her family name and simply go by Greta of the Market. She was denied. The record says her request was rejected on grounds of pride. And if you think this was limited to adults, guess again. Baptismal naming laws came next. In Catholic Europe, naming your child after a saint was encouraged, eventually required. By the 15th century, some regions mandated that a child receive the name of a saint as either their first or middle name. This meant you couldn't just call your kid Wolf or Moonface without tacking on a Saint Joseph for good measure. A priest in Verona reportedly refused to baptize a baby named Giovanni Dragonsword, lest the parents added Anthony in front of it. And then came the nickname Bands. Nicknames were popular, too popular, in fact. So popular that towns began issuing proclamations outlawing derisive street names. You couldn't legally refer to someone as Lazy Rob or Maggie Dogfoot if it wasn't their actual registered name. The goal was to reduce slander and public shame. Of course, people still used them. They just whispered. One woman took her neighbor to court for calling her Pigeon Woman for over a decade. The court ruled in her favor, though curiously didn't award damages. Just a strongly worded note. You pause by a tavern sign etched with "The Honest Thomas," probably an ironic title, and glance at the innkeeper's name tag, Thomas LeTruman. Possibly his real name. Possibly aspirational branding. Either way, legally fine as long as it was consistent, because consistency was everything. If you tried to go by more than one name in official documents, you risked being labeled a fraud. In fact, multiple names could disqualify you from testifying in court. A man once lost his inheritance because he signed two contracts using Henri Cooper and Henri de la Forge. His cousin argued that no one could trust a man with two last names. The court agreed. Now time for our quirky tidbit. There were, believe it or not, banned names. Names you were legally not allowed to use because they were either too sacred, too offensive, or too confusing. In some parts of medieval Spain, you couldn't name a child Jesus unless you had clerical permission. In England, using royal names like Edward or Henry was frowned upon among the lower classes. One child named King Edward was forcibly renamed Edward only. Even animals had name laws in some places. In monastic communities, pets could only be given biblical or saintly names. A monk was once reprimanded for naming his cat Lucifer. He defended the choice by saying the cat was black, had demonic speed, and knocked over scripture. Still, he had to change the name. He chose Peter. Less dramatic, more paperwork friendly. But perhaps the strangest part of name law, the rise of name witnesses. In certain legal settings, especially during marriage contracts or land transfers, someone had to vouch that the name you provided was your real, consistent, and lawful name. If no one could verify that Milo Pigtail was indeed your actual name, you could lose your property rights. And yes, there were entire feuds over whether someone's name had a hyphen or not. You moved through the village square. Now lanterns dimmed only a few windows glowing softly. A list of names is nailed to the church door. Registered voters of the parish? Names like Willem Sheepshoe and Agnes of the Mudlane. Some probably tried to change those. Some probably embraced them. Either way, the law had the final say. So what happens if you break the name laws? Punishment varied from fines to exclusion from official records to temporary exile in more extreme cases. There's even a case from Bohemia where a man was forbidden to speak in court until he picked a more suitable name. He'd been going by Storm Cheeks. No explanation, just Storm Cheeks. Historians still argue whether these laws helped create social order or simply kept a lid on medieval creativity. Probably both. Naming was power, and the authorities weren't about to let you wield it lightly. So next time you grumble about filling out forms or being stuck with an awkward last name, remember at least no one's inspecting your shoelaces while making you justify why you don't go by Thistletoe the Third. You stroll on your imaginary name tag reading something safe like you. Unambiguous, legal, whisper-friendly. The night air thickens with the scent of distant wood smoke, and somewhere a rooster crows prematurely. You're still wandering through the uncanny bureaucratic labyrinth of medieval law, and your latest discovery, a wooden sign outside an unassuming stone building, slightly crooked, reads Guild Hall. Admission by permission. You can almost feel the tension of centuries locked behind that door, because now you're diving into the tangled mess of medieval guild laws, the rules that governed who could make what, where, how, and with how many threads per inch. Let's begin with a historical anchor. Medieval guilds were powerful associations of craftsmen and merchants structured to protect the interests of their trade. Think of them as a blend of labor union licensing board and very opinionated homeowners association. Whether you were a weaver, a blacksmith, a baker, or a barrel maker, yes, coopers had their own guild. You had to obey the laws of your guild or you were out. No bread, no butter, no customers. Just a lonely cart and an existential crisis. But of course, things get weird quickly. Guild laws didn't just regulate product quality or pricing. They micromanaged every detail of work life, from the number of apprentices you could take on to the precise hours your workshop could stay open, to how much candle wax you could use during night labor. In 14th century Paris, one cobbler was fined for stitching boots by moonlight, technically violating the approved hours of operation. Apparently, lunar productivity wasn't authorized, and the rules didn't stop at labor. Want to open your own workshop? First, you had to submit a masterpiece, a literal example of your best work judged by a guild committee. If they didn't like it, if your leather strap was too short or your iron hinge squeaked, you could be denied status and sent back to apprentice hell. One poor soul in Ghent was rejected for excessive flamboyance and thread pattern. That's right. His embroidery was too enthusiastic. Now for a delightful quirk in some cities, guilds had dress codes. You couldn't just show up to meetings in any old tunic. Bakers in parts of Germany had to wear white caps. Candle makers wore blue aprons, and the fishmongers of Bruges. They had a ceremonial cloak lined with tiny silver fish. Imagine the drama if someone forgot their fish cloak. Scandalous. And speaking of scandals, many guild laws dictated how apprentices were to behave in public. Some towns forbade apprentices from attending taverns unsupervised. Others banned them from gambling, singing loudly in the streets, or dancing with disreputable ladies. In York, one apprentice was fined for juggling in front of the cathedral. Another was publicly whipped for entering a brothel while wearing the guild emblem. Not because of the brothel, because of the emblem. Priorities. But here's the real kicker, women. Guild laws around women were infuriatingly complex. In some places, women could be full guild members, especially widows who inherited their husband's trade. But in others, they were strictly barred. A woman in London who operated a successful tailoring shop was fined repeatedly because no woman may carry tools equal to that of a guildsman. Her solution: she paid her brother to stand nearby with a hammer while she did all the work. Loophole secured. Historians still argue whether these restrictions were rooted in tradition control or just deep-rooted paranoia about women wielding scissors. You peer into the dim interior of the guild hall. Imaginary candles flicker. You hear murmurs of rules being recited. No merchant shall sell iron wares upon the Sabbath. No baker shall bake before cock crow on Wednesdays, and all barrels must be double hooped in rainy seasons. Some of these were meant to maintain quality, others a bit overcooked. One town even had a guild smell inspector, a man paid to smell loaves of bread to ensure they weren't baked with illegal additives. You can picture him now deeply inhaling a hot loaf, nodding sagely, declaring, "Ah, yes, lawful yeast." But let's not pretend this was all strictly enforced. Guilds often protected their own. If a master craftsman was caught cheating using watered wine or weak metal, he might be fined or publicly shamed, but rarely expelled. Meanwhile, a young apprentice who sold an extra loaf on the side could be banned for life. Like medieval law in general, guild justice was often less about fairness and more about maintaining hierarchy. Still, there were moments of solidarity. When plague or fire struck, guilds pooled resources to help members rebuild. They hosted feast days, walked in parades with embroidered banners, and paid for funerals. One goldsmiths guild in Prague held an annual pancake day where everyone, masters, journeymen, and apprentices alike, flipped flapjacks in the street until someone got burned and the practice was outlawed in 1421. The record states a grievous syrup incident. Of course, guild laws varied wildly from town to town. What was legal in Florence might be forbidden in Lubeck. And if you tried to set up shop in a city without joining the local guild, good luck. You might find your tools confiscated, your goods seized, or worse, your workshop accidentally burned down. Guild rivalries could get heated. One group of brewers in Flanders staged a literal beer heist from a rival guild's warehouse, only to be caught and forced to drink vinegar as penance. Justice was flavorful. There's also the strange tale of the Phantom Guild. In Avignon, sometime in the late 1300s, a group of tailors operated as a guild in secret. They refused to pay dues, held underground meetings, and wore unlicensed tunics. For years, they evaded detection by moving their workshop every week. Eventually, a disgruntled apprentice betrayed them in exchange for official guild entry. The rest were fined, disbanded, and forced to attend ethics lectures. Presumably boring, possibly embroidered. And then came the regulation of tools. In some places, only guild members could legally own certain tools. If you were caught with a carpenter's adze or a dyer's cauldron, without guild membership, it could be confiscated. One enterprising young man in Lyon was punished for carrying suspicious shears. He was a shepherd and claimed he was merely trimming wool. But the court suspected bootlegging. Hey, you step away from the guild hall, your ears ringing with ghostly rules and clinking tankards. The sound of hammer on anvil echoes through the mist. Somewhere nearby, someone is making a barrel slowly, legally, and double-hooped. Guild laws may have shaped economy and identity, but they also made work a minefield of petty infractions and community gossip. They preserved tradition, but also stifled innovation. You couldn't just invent a new way of dyeing fabric or improve a loom without guild approval. Progress moved at the pace of bureaucracy, which, let's be honest, is somewhere between a sleepy goat and a dead hedgehog. You exhale and keep walking. The road curves and the stars above twinkle like tiny anvils in a blacksmith sky. Your boots crunch over frost-hardened grass, now the village slowly vanishing behind you. But just as you start to enjoy the open path, a sudden clanging bell shatters the stillness. You glance over your shoulder and see a nervous-looking watchman lowering a rope. He's late by about 700 years, but his duty is still very real. That bell means one thing, curfew. Tonight you've wandered into one of the more underrated but deeply irritating parts of medieval life, the infamous curfew laws. These weren't just polite bedtime suggestions. These were mandatory, enforceable shutdowns of public activity signaled with literal bells fires being snuffed and occasionally roaming enforcers with clubs. So, before you settle into your imaginary bed, better make sure you're not on the wrong side of the law just for taking a moonlight stroll. Let's begin with your mainstream fact. The word curfew comes from the Old French couvre-feu, meaning cover the fire. The original intent of these laws wasn't to enforce bedtime or punish fun. It was about safety. Open flames were a major fire hazard in medieval towns where buildings were made of timber thatch and, frankly, hope. So every evening a bell rang to signal the extinguishing of hearth fires. No fire, no accidental infernos. Sensible, right? Except the rules didn't stop there. Over time, curfew evolved from fire safety advice to an all-out mandate for everyone to go home and stay there. In Norman England under William the Conqueror, the curfew bell rang around 8 or 9 p.m., and after that, being outside without just cause was illegal. You could be arrested, fined, or in some towns forced to spend the night in a public stockade just for being seen after hours. Night owls had no rights. Historians still argue whether this evolution of curfew laws was purely about public safety or if it quietly served to suppress dissent, control the lower classes, and prevent late-night conspiracies in the taverns. Probably a hearty stew of all three. And here's your quirky tidbit. In parts of France and Italy, wealthier citizens could buy curfew exemptions. Imagine that. You pay a little extra tax and suddenly the bell doesn't apply to you. One merchant in Avignon was famously granted a golden badge that let him walk around after curfew on important cheese-related business. Whether the cheese truly justified his midnight errands remains unclear, but he never got fined. The bells themselves were serious business. In some places, churches were legally required to ring the curfew bell at a precise time each evening. Too early or too late, and the priest could be fined for failing to signal the town's quieting. There's one record from Norwich where a bell ringer fell asleep and missed the evening toll. The next day, 24 people were seen loitering after dark. He was fined 5 pence and made to ring a full hour of apology the next night. As you walk through the chilled mist, you can almost hear the deep, melancholic clang of iron echoing through narrow lanes, the sound fading as shutters slam and doors bolt. A stray cat scampers into a haystack. A window creaks shut. The town's gone silent, not by choice, but by decree. Now let's talk enforcement. There were actual night watchmen, sometimes called sergeants of the peace, who patrolled after curfew to catch stragglers. Some carried lanterns, others had whistles, and most had wooden staves they weren't afraid to use. If you were caught out, you'd be asked for your lawful purpose. If you stammered, looked shifty, or just had one of those punchable faces, well into the pillory you went. One man in Bruges claimed he was simply admiring the moon. The watchman disagreed. He spent the night chained to a barrel of pickled herring and was told to think about his excuses. Of course, curfews weren't just for civilians. Even inns had strict curfew regulations. After a certain hour, no drinks could be served, no music played, and no guests admitted. So, if you arrived late, say because your donkey had a limp, you might find yourself locked out, forced to sleep in the stable with the chickens. This happened to one well-documented scholar who'd spent too long talking about Latin verb endings and was turned away from 4 taverns in a row. He later described the experience as cold, humbling, and full of feathers, and yet people still found ways around it. In some cities, citizens dug secret passageways between houses so they could visit neighbors after curfew. Others bribed the bell ringer to delay the toll, and in Paris, a group of actors disguised themselves as monks and claimed they were conducting a holy midnight rehearsal. When caught, they argued they were preparing a morality play. The judge, an apparent fan of theater, gave them a warning and front row seats at their next show. There were also local variations. In coastal towns, curfews aligned with the tides to protect trade and harbor activities. In farming regions, curfews were seasonally adjusted. Winter brought early bells, summer later ones. And during festivals, sometimes they were waived entirely. Carnival Week in Florence famously had no curfew for 7 glorious days, which led to joy, drunken revelry, and in one case, a spontaneous goat wedding. The goat wore a wreath. It was all very touching. But for every festive exception, there was a tale of overreach. One young man in Oxford missed curfew by 3 minutes and was locked in a cellar overnight with a chicken coop. He emerged with feathers in his hair and an irrational fear of clucking. Another case in Mainz involved a street musician fined for illegal lute playing just moments after the bell rang. He argued that the final chord of his song had already begun before the curfew started. The court didn't buy it. He was sentenced to silence for 3 nights. Even the clergy weren't immune. A monk in Bohemia got lost on his way back from delivering soup to a sick parishioner. He was fined and had to copy psalms by hand for a month as penance. On the bright side, his calligraphy improved dramatically. And then there's the Great Curfew Rebellion. In 1437, a group of young people in York decided they'd had enough. One night they gathered in the square after the bell lit lanterns and danced. Yes, danced. The town council responded by issuing the lantern ban, which prohibited carrying open lights after curfew except in the service of God or cheese transport. It always comes back to cheese, doesn't it? Historians still debate whether curfew laws genuinely made towns safer or simply kept people frightened and obedient. But it's clear they shaped the rhythms of daily life in strange and powerful ways. You didn't just decide when to go to bed, the bell decided for you. So, as you shuffle onward, eyes on the ground and ears tuned to phantom bells, just remember your very presence right now out in the medieval dark would be an act of rebellion. You brave outlaw of bedtime, wanderer of post-bell silence. Just don't let the watchman catch you sniffing cheese or admiring the moon. You press deeper into the twilight, now your imaginary cloak wrapped tight as the landscape begins to shift. Hills roll gently in the distance, and scattered across them are low, thatched roof houses clustered around creaky wooden fences. A few pigs grunt softly nearby, and then you see a crooked sign nailed to a post swaying in the wind. It reads quite matter-of-factly, "Ducks not to be walked on Sundays." You squint. Did you read that right? Yes, you did. Welcome to the gloriously absurd world of medieval Sabbath laws, where common sense took a nap and the church woke up in a legislative mood. By now, you've probably figured out that medieval Europe loved rules, but few were as obsessively detailed, emotionally charged, and wildly inconsistent as those governing behavior on the Sabbath. These were no mere day of rest suggestions. These were full-blown control mechanisms loaded with theology fear and the occasional duck-related side clause. Let's root ourselves in the mainstream. The Sabbath, traditionally observed on Sunday in Christian Europe, was considered a holy day of rest meant to mirror God's rest on the seventh day of creation. According to doctrine, any form of labor trade or unholy distraction was not just inappropriate, it was sin. Serious sin. But what counted as labor? Well, that's where the chaos begins. Depending on where you were, Sabbath laws might forbid working the fields, baking bread, mending clothes, or even combing your hair too vigorously. Yes, hair combing was debated. One 13th century preacher in Catalonia warned women that idle grooming on the Lord's Day invites vanity and fire from heaven. There's no evidence any fiery hairstyles actually occurred, but it probably kept a few braids humble. And then we reach our quirky tidbit in medieval Poland. It was forbidden to walk geese or ducks on the Sabbath because technically leading them to water could be construed as encouraging work for the ducks. Seriously, one farmer was fined a full silver groat for urging the fowl toward muddy labor. Historians still debate whether this was a sincere theological position or just a good excuse for feuding neighbors to get one another in trouble. It wasn't just about work, it was also about joy. Music forbidden. Dancing absolutely not. One village in the Swiss Alps was excommunicated from the entire valley after a Sabbath fiddle contest that ended in a duel. And woe unto you if you played dice or chess. A woman in Dijon was accused of summoning devils because her Sunday chessboard featured ornate miniature knights. She claimed they were just decorative. The bishop was unconvinced, yet the line between holy and heretical wasn't always clear. Some Sabbath activities were allowed if they were godly enough, for example, going to church. Yes, singing in church. Also, yes, singing outside of church. Now that's trouble, and you could read the Bible, of course. But if you read anything else, say a scandalous Arthurian romance that was a one-way ticket to public penance and a few unpleasant hours in the town square. One rather touching exception involved animals. In many towns, feeding your livestock was permitted on the Sabbath, but only if you didn't talk to them while doing it. The idea was that idle conversation distracted from holy contemplation. So yes, feed your sheep. But no chit-chat. Imagine trying to explain that to a very affectionate goat. You step carefully over a muddy path, your ears catching the distant tolling of a church bell. Somewhere a monk with a sense of timing is keeping watch. The whole town is buttoned up, no smoke from the chimneys, no clang of hammer on anvil, no scent of stew or roasting meat. Just silence and the whisper of wind. A hush ordered by heaven. And then, of course, came the Sabbath inspectors. In places like Florence and Milan, special officials were appointed to enforce Sabbath laws. They patrolled markets, homes, and even riverbanks to make sure no one was secretly fishing or laundering clothes. One woman was fined for knitting under a tree. She claimed it was meditative. The inspector claimed it was subversive. The knitting needles were confiscated. In England, Sabbath enforcement varied by ruler. Under Edward VI, playing sports or even walking long distances was frowned upon. Later, under the Puritans, the crackdown intensified. A 17th century edict from Cromwell's regime outlawed any game involving balls, dice sticks, or spirits. The spirit part is vague, but if you were hoping for a post-church Basse tournament with wine, think again. And then there were the truly strange ordinances. Some towns banned buying food on Sundays but still allowed bartering. So you couldn't buy a loaf of bread, but you could trade a hat for it. One enterprising baker in Ghent set up a Sunday trade booth where customers could exchange poems, buttons, or compliments for pastries. This lasted precisely 1 week before the clergy shut it down, declaring that buttered sin is still sin. There's even a record from a small village in the Pyrenees where whistling was banned on Sundays, not because it was loud, but because the devil answers whistles. Honestly, with all the sins happening elsewhere, it's surprising he had time to respond. But not all Sabbath laws were enforced equally. Rich families often got away with subtle violations, hiring servants to do forbidden tasks, hosting secret music nights behind closed shutters, even bathing an act discouraged on Sundays in many places for being too indulgent. Poorer citizens, meanwhile, bore the brunt of enforcement. One cobbler's apprentice was beaten with a wet sandal for polishing boots on a Sunday morning. The charge, vanity through shine. Historians still debate whether these laws genuinely upheld spiritual discipline or simply functioned as social control. In a world where most people worked 6 grueling days a week, the Sabbath was both a blessing and a burden. A day off so long as you didn't enjoy it too much. And then just when you think it couldn't get weirder, there's the case of the Sabbath frogs. In 15th century France, a farmer claimed that frogs croaking outside his window on Sunday were causing him sinful thoughts. He demanded the local bishop excommunicate the pond. The bishop, caught between absurdity and protocol, issued a symbolic curse on the frogs. They continued croaking anyway. Nature, it seems, observes no Sabbaths. You press forward again, the scent of incense long faded behind you. The road bends toward a quiet field where scarecrows stand like frozen monks. Somewhere a bell chimes noon. You've walked right into a memory of enforced silence where every tick of the day was legislated, every joy debated, and even ducks couldn't waddle without divine permission. So if you ever feel bad about taking a lazy Sunday nap or binge watching a show while ignoring laundry, just remember, it could be worse. You could be hiding your knitting in a hayloft, hoping a church inspector doesn't spot you mid-purl. Your path winds toward a small village square, and you notice something peculiar. A man is sitting on a stool in the center of town, covered in a soggy woolen cape, grimacing as the occasional villager walks by and gently pelts him with old turnips. You tilt your head. Is this punishment ceremony? A discount-produced sale gone wrong. No, dear listener, you've just stumbled into the world of humiliation laws where the punishment didn't just fit the crime, it wore a hat, sang a jingle, and paraded around the market for everyone to laugh at. Medieval justice wasn't always about prisons or fines. Sometimes the sentence was pure public embarrassment, designed to shame, scandalize, and ideally correct your behavior before dinner. Let's begin with the mainstream anchor. In much of medieval Europe, justice was fundamentally public. The whole idea was that if people saw you punished, they'd be less likely to do what you did. It wasn't about long incarcerations or rehabilitation. That concept didn't really exist yet. No, it was about turning you into a living example, if only for a day or two. The most iconic version of this, the pillory. Ah, yes, the wooden frame with holes for your head and hands, where you'd stand exposed and drooling slightly as everyone from school children to stray chickens mocked you. Sometimes for hours, sometimes days. And you didn't just stand there in solemn silence either. Oh no, the town crier would announce your crime. A few local musicians might show up for added flair. Someone would throw cabbage. And if you were really unlucky, you'd end up with a nickname you couldn't shake for life. Goosepants Gerald, for example, was not born with that moniker. But let's sprinkle in our quirky tidbit in certain regions of Germany. Minor offenses like gossiping, nagging, or constant complaining were punished with the scold's bridle. This was a metal mask that fit over the face with a plate that pressed down on the tongue, sometimes spiked. It silenced you, yes, but it also made you look like a medieval Bond villain. One woman in Rothenburg was made to wear it every Thursday for a month while holding a sign that read, "I spoke of things that were not mine." She later became a nun, possibly for the quiet. The bridle was just one of many theatrical punishments custom built for maximum mortification. Another favorite was riding the stang, where the offender, often a cheating husband or gossiping wife, was tied backward onto a pole and carried through town while neighbors chanted rude rhymes. In Scotland, one chant went, "Here's to the man who beat his good wife May, his porridge be lumpy, and his bed full of strife." It wasn't exactly Shakespeare, but it got the point across. Now, historians still argue whether these humiliating punishments were truly effective deterrents or just local entertainment disguised as justice. Some towns took real pride in their public punishments. In parts of Flanders, punishments were timed to coincide with market days, so you'd get maximum traffic and maximum scorn. A good insult session was just as important as buying flour, apparently. The pillory, though famous, was just one model. There were others. The cucking stool, for instance, was a chair attached to a long wooden arm, usually parked next to a river. The convicted, often for false accusations or scandalous conduct, was strapped in and dunked into water, sometimes repeatedly. It wasn't lethal usually, but it was cold, humiliating, and very splashy. In York, there's a record of a man being dunked for lying about his brother's cheese. Harsh, maybe, but apparently cheese slander was serious business. Then there's the shame flute. Yes, that's real. In some towns in Bavaria, people who faked musical talent or refused to perform when requested could be forced to wear a heavy iron flute contraption around their neck. It looked vaguely like an actual instrument with finger holes and a mouthpiece, but it was welded shut and painful to carry. The shameful bard had to stand in the square holding a lute or drum while wearing the fake flute of dishonor. The message: play or don't, but don't waste our time with mediocrity. Of course, enforcement was often wildly uneven. A baker who sold underweight loaves might be paraded through town with the bad bread strung around his neck. A dishonest miller could be rolled through the dirt in a barrel full of husks, but a nobleman who committed the same crimes likely just fined, or gently warned, or sent a stern letter with a wax seal and no consequences. It's almost as if status influenced justice gasp. In one French village, a man accused of stealing sheep was sentenced to dress like a sheep for a week, complete with wool bells and a grazing schedule. He was made to bleat whenever someone passed. Sheep or thief children would ask. Bah, he'd reply. Later records suggest he moved to a different village, probably one without livestock-based justice. But public punishment wasn't all ridicule. Sometimes it was darkly symbolic. A butcher who cheated customers might have his hands tied with raw meat. A woman caught poisoning someone's stew might be forced to eat bitter herbs while a priest chanted, "Thou shalt not simmer thy neighbor." And let's not forget the walk of shame, a literal barefoot procession through the streets, while holding a sign that declared your sin. These signs ranged from simple, "I stole turnips," to oddly poetic, "I wore pride like a cloak, and now wear rags." One of the strangest customs came from Belgium, where a convicted liar was forced to kiss a donkey's backside in public. The idea was to humble the liar, though records show it mostly made people laugh. The phrase "talking out of your donkey" may or may not have originated here, depending on which historian you ask. Even church authorities got involved. In England, ecclesiastical courts could order sinners to appear at Mass wearing only a shift, and ashes, often barefoot, sometimes with ropes around their necks. They'd have to kneel, confess, and beg the congregation for forgiveness. This was called doing penance, and while it sounds spiritual, it was also deeply humiliating, especially in small towns where everyone already knew your business. Of course, like everything medieval, these punishments could go too far. In Italy, a man was sentenced to march like a duck around a fountain while quacking for mocking a town elder's limp. It was meant to be poetic justice. He slipped, broke his arm, and sued. That case, believe it or not, marks one of the earliest legal references to punishment liability. You don't see that on courtroom dramas. So as you step away from the turnip-splattered man in the square, consider the strange calculus of medieval justice: shame. Over solitude, spectacle, over silence. In a world before reality TV, this was the closest thing to public scandal theater. People didn't just want punishment, they wanted a show, and you innocent time traveler would do well to mind your words. Speak no gossip. Weigh your bread carefully. And for heaven's sake, don't mind playing a lute unless you're ready to wear the flute of failure. You slip past the edge of the square now, the echoes of laughter and mockery fading behind you, replaced by the rhythmic clinking of something metallic. At first it sounds almost musical until you realize it's the sound of chains. But not the kind that bind ankles or lock doors. No, these are decorative. Sort of. You've wandered straight into the realm of fashion laws. And if you thought medieval punishment was ridiculous, Wait until you learn what people were legally forbidden or obligated to wear. Welcome to the bewildering universe of sumptuary laws where clothing didn't just express your style, it proclaimed your station. And if you dared blur the lines, you'd better prepare for a fine, a flogging, or worse, a public makeover. Let's lay down our mainstream fact. In medieval Europe, sumptuary laws were rules, often royal decrees that controlled what people could wear based on their social class, profession, religion, or gender. The idea was to reinforce the rigid social hierarchy. Your clothes were a billboard for your place in the feudal food chain. Silk for nobles. Velvet, also nobles. Fur depends on the animal. And don't even look at gold thread unless your family has a coat of arms and at least one castle. One of the earliest known examples comes from 13th century England. King Edward III passed a law stating that no yeoman shall wear cloth of a higher value than his wage allows. It was essentially fashion policing except enforced by actual police. And now, your quirky tidbit in 15th century Florence women were forbidden from wearing buttons made of glass because it was considered excessively seductive. Yep, glass buttons. Apparently, the way they shimmered in candlelight was deemed dangerously flirtatious. One noblewoman caught wearing three on a velvet gown was fined, and her tailor was forced to sit outside the cathedral holding a sign that read, "I ignited passions with my needle." Historians still argue whether this was really about morality or just a way to squash competition in the highly competitive button-making guilds. Of course, the logic of sumptuary laws wasn't just economic, it was theological. The church often weighed in condemning vanity as a gateway to sin. A priest in Avignon once preached that colored stockings are the devil's candy canes, which frankly is an image you're going to have trouble forgetting. But the real fun lies in the absurd specifics. In 1363, England passed a dizzyingly detailed law that categorized fashion by rank. Dukes could wear ermine-lined robes. Knights were permitted fox fur, but only if the tails didn't hang below the knee. Merchants were allowed modest silk, but only on feast days. Peasants' wool, and not the nice kind. Think scratchy beige and probably full of hay. Shoes were a battlefield of their own. The notorious poulain, a pointed shoe with absurdly long toes, was banned several times across France and England. Why? Because the tips got so long, sometimes up to 2 feet, that people kept tripping in church aisles and accidentally kicking candles over. One bishop called them foot swords of pride. In some towns, the length of your shoe was legally limited to your social rank. The richer you were, the longer your toes. Some poor men reportedly stuffed the ends of their poulains with moss and twigs to fake nobility. Talk about putting your foot in your class struggle. And lest you think this was a purely European phenomenon, let's pivot briefly to the Middle East. In parts of the Islamic caliphates, Christian and Jewish citizens under Muslim rule were required by sumptuary codes to wear distinctive garments, often colored belts or special hats to mark their religious identity. Scholars still debate whether these laws were meant to segregate or simply to enforce visibility in a complex social ecosystem. Either way, the clothes you wore could quite literally mark you as other. Back in Europe, women bore the brunt of fashion laws. Hair was policed aggressively. Married women were expected to keep it covered unless they were wealthy enough to afford elaborate jeweled nets called cauls, which made them look like they'd caught their own heads in fishing gear. Unmarried girls. They could wear braids, but nothing voluptuous, a word that appears suspiciously often in court records. One woman in Paris was fined for a lascivious curl. No, really, a single curl. Prosecuted for sass. Then there were color laws. In 14th century Venice, prostitutes were legally required to wear yellow to distinguish themselves from respectable women. This backfired spectacularly when yellow became fashionable among wealthy merchants' wives, and the whole system of identification crumbled. One official reportedly cried, "The city is awash in vice or citrus, God help us." The law was eventually changed to mandate green sleeves instead. Meanwhile, across the Alps in Germany, town leaders in Lübeck mandated that servants could not wear scarlet garments, nor trim their cloaks with fox. Apparently, red was too powerful a color for those who carried chamber pots. Even worse, a maid who borrowed her mistress's dress to attend a festival was caught and sentenced to sweep the church steps wearing a burlap sack that said, "I stole fabric from the righteous." At least it rhymed in German. Some laws were so oddly specific, they feel like the result of personal vendettas. In Milan, a statute declared that no man of under 40 years shall wear feathers on his hat, lest he provoke excessive joy in maidens. Imagine being fined because your hat was too cheerful. One tailor, fed up with the endless rulebook, embroidered a protest message on the inside of a noble's cloak. This law hath more stitch than sense. It wasn't just clothes either. Jewelry, too, had its place. Only the nobility could wear rings with stones above a certain size. Pearls were strictly for upper-class weddings. And girdles, those heavily jeweled belts, were banned from all but the wealthiest women. One merchant's wife in Prague tried to claim hers was a family heirloom. The court disagreed. She was forced to melt it down and donate the silver to the town's bell fund. And the punishments. Usually fines, but sometimes public shaming. Repeat offenders could be barred from certain events or even have their garments confiscated in public. There are tales of fashion inspectors armed with shears who would literally cut offensive hems off dresses in the middle of a street. One woman reportedly sobbed as her embroidered cuffs were hacked away by a very apologetic official muttering, "It's not you, madam, it's the law." Historians still argue whether sumptuary laws ever truly worked. Did people stop dressing above their class? Rarely. Did it curb vanity? Almost certainly not. But it did give towns a way to enforce social boundaries while also filling city coffers with juicy fines. And so you walk on now, brushing past phantom silhouettes draped in velvet, wrapped in forbidden fur, or clutching a boot that's just slightly too pointy. The wind tugs gently at your sleeve. Is that material allowed? Better hope no inspector sees you, because in this world, fashion isn't just about style. It's about power, purity, and a whole lot of pointless rules stitched together with moral panic and very itchy wool. You continue along a stone pathway, your feet crunching softly over gravel when you notice something odd again. People are sweeping everywhere, not just doorsteps, but entire roads. One man furiously polishes a cobblestone while glancing nervously over his shoulder. You squint trying to piece it together. Then it hits you this village is spotless because it has to be. Welcome to the Middle Ages, where the state of your street could land you in legal trouble. Tonight we descend into the weirdly obsessive realm of cleanliness laws, a strange patchwork of ordinances that dictated how often you had to sweep your steps, where you could dump your bathwater, and whether the smell of your laundry made you a criminal. Spoiler, it could. Let's begin with our mainstream historical fact. In many medieval towns, especially as they grew more densely populated, basic sanitation wasn't just a public health concern, it became a legal obligation. Cities like Paris, London, and Bruges began passing bylaws that required citizens to clean the spaces in front of their homes, manage their waste properly, and even moderate their smells. The goal, avoid outbreaks of disease and keep the markets from becoming open-air cesspools. Which brings us to your quirky tidbit. In 14th century York, England, it was illegal to hang your undergarments out the window to dry on a Sunday. That's right. Underpants were a Monday through Saturday affair. On the Sabbath, you could pray, you could fast, but by God, you could not air your bloomers. One particularly devout neighbor named Agnes turned in 5 of her neighbors in a single afternoon. Her nickname, Saint Knickerbane. Historians still argue whether her motives were religious nosy or just a little petty. Cleanliness laws varied wildly from city to city, but all of them shared one thing: a sense that your home's filth could reflect poorly on the town as a whole. In 15th century Bologna, for example, residents were expected to sweep not just their front stoop, but half of the street leading to the next neighbor. Failure to do so could result in a fine or a forced walk of dirt, where the accused would be made to carry a sack of their own swept filth while shouting, "I dishonor the road." This sense of community shame extended to smells. In Cologne, Germany, the council issued an ordinance in 1395 that prohibited stenches of cooking and bodily foulness from escaping windows that faced the public street. To enforce this, citizens had to burn herbs or hang bundles of lavender in open windows. Smell too strongly of boiled cabbage, and you might get a knock at the door from a very stern-smelling official. And yet the rules weren't all about fastidiousness, some were pure nonsense. Take London in the late 1200s. The city passed a law requiring butchers to dispose of animal remains beyond the river. This was noble in theory, except it led to people flinging entrails into the river. Problem solved, right? Except now the Thames was full of cowheads and locals began calling it the Meat Road. One chronicler even described watching a pig's skull float past the Tower of London like a wet helmet of doom. As the population grew, waste management became more organized and more bizarre. Public latrines were established in some towns, but not always in helpful places. In Bruges, a shared toilet for an entire district was built directly beneath a bridge. The bridge became known as Saint Squat's Crossing. If you dropped a coin in the canal below, let's just say you did not reach in to fetch it. And for those who didn't follow the waste laws, punishments ranged from fines to full-blown humiliation. In one case from Avignon, a baker who was caught dumping sourdough slop into the street had to wear a bread hat, literally a crown made of hard rolls, and parade through the market carrying a mop. Children were encouraged to follow and chant, "Clean your crusts or wear them thus." Now let's talk about gutters. You don't think about gutters much today, but in the medieval world, they were a battleground. Roofs were slanted to allow runoff, and homeowners were expected to install channels that diverted rainwater into the street. However, one poorly aimed spout could result in your neighbor getting drenched every time it rained. Laws were passed in cities like Ghent and Siena requiring water to be redirected neither toward neighbor nor passerby. One man who refused to fix his crooked spout was sentenced to stand under it during a rainstorm with a bucket labeled, "Here ends my laziness." And don't even think about throwing your chamber pot out the window. The classic guard low warning shouted before emptying waste onto the street below eventually became insufficient legal protection. Cities like Paris began mandating strict curfews on waste disposal. In one district, you could only dump waste between midnight and 2 a.m. and only into designated gutters. Do it any other time, and you could be sentenced to scrub cobblestones under candlelight while wearing a chamber pot as a hat. Fashionable? No. Memorable? Absolutely. Of course, all these cleanliness laws created a weird gray area where too much cleaning was also suspicious. In Florence, during a minor plague outbreak, a woman was reported for washing her stoop too often. Her neighbors accused her of summoning illness with unnatural obsession. She was brought before the council and ordered to clean only once per day. The court scribe noted, "Let it not be said that water alone prevents death." Basically, calm down, Teresa. What's fascinating is how these cleanliness laws began to shape medieval city design. Alleyways narrowed to minimize draft-driven filth. Public fountains were built to encourage shared hygiene, And tiles, glazed decorative tiles, became popular for thresholds because they could be cleaned more easily. In Venice, a home with a tiled entryway was considered halfway to heaven, or at least halfway to not stepping in goose dung. In some towns, children were given chores not as part of family discipline, but because of municipal law. In Nuremberg, every family was required to assign at least one child to daily curbside sweeping. If no child was available, the father had to perform the duty dressed in a child's tunic. You can imagine how that incentivized quick broom work. And finally, we must address one of the strangest legal cleanliness customs, the scent inspectors of Aragon. Yes, they were real. Appointed by the city council, their job was to patrol neighborhoods and identify offensive odors. Armed with a sprig of rosemary and a finely tuned nose, they would document locations of smells and issue fines for pungency without license. Historians still argue whether this was a health measure or an elaborate prank by bureaucrats who'd had one too many bad fish days. So now, as you stroll quietly past the broom-wielding villagers, the lavender bundles swaying gently in window boxes, and the faint sound of someone muttering about that cursed chicken broth stink, you begin to realize something. Cleanliness wasn't just next to godliness, it was legally enforced, locally judged, and endlessly sniffed. And in this medieval world of legal brooms and olfactory outrage, the only safe move is to keep your stoop spotless, your chamber pot capped, and your cabbage boiling under extreme discretion. You turn a quiet corner and find yourself amid a strange, slow procession. No music plays. No one smiles. The people walk in lines, their faces hidden by wooden masks shaped like birds' demons or oversized noses. Some shuffle forward with signs slung around their necks. Others carry odd objects, a broken lute, a shoe filled with water, a loaf of bread painted black. You've stumbled upon one of the most peculiar sights in the Middle Ages, the shaming parade. And tonight you're about to learn how embarrassment wasn't just a consequence, it was a weapon codified by law. Let's open with our mainstream historical fact. Public shaming was a cornerstone of the medieval justice system. Before prisons were widely used, minor crimes were often punished not with confinement, but with humiliation. This wasn't just cultural, it was legal. Town charters and municipal codes explicitly prescribed rituals of shame for offenses ranging from adultery to poor quality bread. And yes, selling bad bread could get you in serious trouble. In 13th century France, if a baker sold loaves that were too light, meaning they cheated the customer out of grain, they could be forced to parade through the town square with the offending bread tied around their neck. Some cities even made the baker wear a giant wooden bread mold as a hat. A dough crown for a dough clown, as one chronicler snidely recorded. Our quirky tidbit. In parts of medieval Hungary, men caught gossiping, yes. Gossiping were required to carry a wooden donkey effigy through the market. The donkey had exaggerated ears and a hinged mouth that clacked with every step. The symbolism, loose lips and long ears, here all but say too much. Historians still argue whether this was more about discouraging slander or just mocking bad storytellers. Shaming punishments were public by design. The whole community was encouraged to gather watch point and, in some cases, pelt. Rotten vegetables were the standard fare, but in the right mood, crowds could get creative. One German town required misbehaving musicians to stand in the square while people threw stale crusts of bread. Bonus humiliation, they had to catch the bread in their mouths or start over. Some of the strangest penalties were reserved for those who disrupted church services. In England, if you spoke during Mass, you could be fined, but if you laughed during the sermon, you had to wear a wooden smile mask in the square for a day. One mask even had a crank on the side that slowly widened the smile, forcing your cheeks into an uncomfortably cheerful grimace. And speaking of masks, they weren't just for shamed partiers, they were standard issue for several crimes. False witness might earn you a mask with a Pinocchio-like nose, while adultery could land you a mask with two faces, literally. One woman in Bruges, caught cheating on her husband with a town official, was sentenced to stand at the city gate wearing a double-faced mask and holding a scale filled with feathers on one side and stones on the other. Nobody quite remembers why, but it made a powerful and deeply confusing impression. Now let's talk cucking stools. The name alone is awkward enough, but the device was even more so. This was essentially a dunking chair mounted on a lever and used for punishing scolds. Women accused of nagging, arguing, or otherwise being loud. The woman would be strapped into the chair and dunked repeatedly into a river or pond, all while onlookers jeered. In some towns, the stool was paraded around, first accompanied by a drummer playing a tune known as the Chattering Wife's Jig. Charming, right-even household animals got in on the shame game. In 15th century Switzerland, if your pig wandered into a neighbor's garden, you, the owner, could be forced to lead it on a leash through town, wearing a sign that read, "I root where I should not." One noblewoman in Basel reportedly added pearls to her pig's collar to make a statement. The council fined her again for arrogance and penance. Another infamous device, the pillory. We've all seen the stocky wooden frame with holes for head and hands. But here's the twist, it wasn't always the same punishment. In some towns, pillories came with accessories. One might feature a bell above your head, which children were invited to ring each time they shouted your crime. Another came with a little wooden rooster nailed to the top for crimes of vanity. The cockcrows over those too proud to kneel read a nearby plaque. What you wore could also be legally dictated during shame punishments. Thieves might be forced to wear striped tunics, the medieval equivalent of the cartoon burglar outfit. Cheating gamblers could be made to wear gloves sewn shut as a nod to their dishonest hands. One man caught cheating at dice had to parade through town with a giant die on his head, and when he stumbled, the crowd would yell "snake eyes." It wasn't all crude hilarity, though. Some shaming rituals were deeply ritualistic, almost theatrical. In Florence, a man caught forging currency was led through the marketplace with a burning candle in each hand. At the cathedral steps, he had to extinguish them one by one while confessing aloud, "I bring darkness in place of light." Spooky. Absolutely. Effective, probably. Some later claimed he went blind shortly after, but historians still debate whether that's fact or just poetic embellishment. And then there's the Charivari. This wasn't a law per se, but many towns had informal backing from the authorities. If a man was seen as a poor husband, or if a widow remarried too soon, locals would form a loud, chaotic parade. Pots were banged. Horns were blown. Effigies might be dragged behind a cart. The goal: embarrass the offender into leaving town or changing behavior. One bishop described it as a carnival of cruelty and justice. Sometimes it was sanctioned by law, other times just tolerated. But it worked. Of course, not all punishments aged well. By the late 1400s, a growing number of scholars and even some city councils began to question the wisdom of public shaming. Did it really deter crime, or did it just breed resentment, scandal, and trauma? One Milanese jurist wrote, "A crime exposed is not always a soul repaired." Historians still argue whether shame is justice or just public theater. As you pass through the lingering dust of the last parade, the wooden masks swinging gently in the breeze, you can't help but marvel at how pain and pageantry were so tightly wound together. In the medieval world, justice wasn't blind. It wore a sign dance to a drum beat and usually smelled like cabbage thrown at your head. You follow the fading trail of the shaming parade until the sounds give way to silence, thick, anxious silence. Then out of nowhere, a bell clangs. Once, twice, and then again. You glance around expecting a fire or a sermon or maybe another street musician being punished for playing off key. But instead, the crowd parts and a man in a red cloak strides forward, unrolling a scroll that's nearly as tall as he is. Ah, it's a town crier. And not just any town crier. He's here to announce sumptuary laws the medieval world's attempt to legislate fashion. Tonight, you're walking through one of the strangest legal rabbit holes of the Middle Ages, a time when the color of your socks, the size of your belt, and the fluffiness of your hat could determine your social worth and your legality. Let's kick it off with your mainstream historical fact. Sumptuary laws were widespread across medieval Europe, especially from the 13th century onward. These were official written laws aimed at regulating what people could wear, eat, or consume, usually based on their social class. The idea was to preserve the social hierarchy by making sure peasants didn't look too much like nobles, and nobles didn't dress too extravagantly. Spoiler, it didn't work, but they tried really hard. And now for your delightfully weird tidbit in 14th century Florence, it was illegal for men to wear pointed shoes that were longer than 2 inches past the toe. Known as krakowis, these shoes could sometimes stretch over 18 inches. One man reportedly tripped over his own toes in church and knocked over a bishop. After that, the city issued a specific law capping shoe length and requiring shoemakers to add visible seams at the tip so everyone knew where your real foot ended. Historians still argue whether this was about class modesty or just preventing fashion-induced injuries. Sumptuary laws weren't just about aesthetics. They were deeply tied to moral and economic anxieties. If a butcher's wife wore fur, it wasn't just seen as inappropriate, it was considered a threat to social order. If the low rise high, who shall know the king, wrote one English alderman very dramatically. And so laws were passed to draw sartorial lines in the sand. In England under Edward III, the 1363 Act of Apparel carefully dictated that only earls and above could wear cloth of gold or sable fur. Merchants could wear silk, but only if they weren't trying too hard. Tailors caught making unauthorized garments could be fined or even lose their right to work. One tailor in Kent was caught sewing a doublet lined with fox fur for a cobbler, and was sentenced to wear a burlap apron embroidered with the words, "Sewer of Sin." Women weren't spared either. French sumptuary laws banned lower-class women from wearing pearls, velvet, or gowns, with trains that dragged more than 6 inches. In one Paris suburb, a baker's daughter was publicly shamed for wearing a headdress meant for noblewomen. Her punishment: she had to wear a plain cap made of pastry dough for one market day. It crumbled by noon, but the point had been made and somewhat eaten. Sometimes the rules became so specific they were practically fashion manuals. In Venice, a 15th century law declared that only courtesans could wear yellow silk. Naturally, this made yellow the most controversial color on the canals. One visiting merchant wrote, "Every woman wears red unless she seeks employment, in which case she glows like the sun." There's still debate among historians whether the law was meant to regulate courtesans or subtly advertise them. Of course, enforcement was inconsistent at best. Wealthy families often found creative ways around the laws. In Milan, some nobles dyed their clothing in slightly altered hues, like peasant purple instead of royal violet. One duchess famously claimed her pearls were naturally occurring salt lumps and got away with it. For a while. But sumptuary laws didn't just govern what you wore, they also dictated how much you could own. In some German cities, inventories were taken of middle-class homes to ensure no one had more than 6 silver spoons, 4 embroidered tablecloths, or a bed canopy exceeding the height of a man. Imagine losing your bed curtains to a tape measure-wielding inspector named Otto. Sometimes, though, the laws went from bizarre to outright hilarious. In Spain, a knight named Don Gutierre was fined for hosting a feast with too many courses. The law said no more than 5. He served 12. His defense, each guest had 5. I merely kept eating. The court disagreed. His punishment, he had to invite the entire council to dinner, where he served only bread and boiled water. But the real sumptuary showdown happened in the city of Lübeck in the late 1300s, where two merchant families got into a fashion arms race. Each party trying to outdo the other through weddings with longer trains, bigger feathered hats and sleeves so wide you could hide a goat in them. Eventually, the city council passed a law capping sleeve width to the breadth of 3 chicken eggs. Historians still argue whether this was about controlling decadence or just a hatred of poultry comparisons. Religious leaders too got involved. Sermons were given condemning the devil's fabric, meaning silk, and accusing the fashionable of vanity and spiritual weakness. One friar warned that a man in pointed shoes cannot kneel properly before the Lord. Not to be outdone, a rival priest argued that laced corsets were the enemy's stringed trap. Corsets were eventually banned for unmarried women in parts of England, leading to the tragic creation of the chastity waistcoat, equal parts linen and lunacy. Now, don't get too comfortable thinking only Europe played this game. In medieval Japan, similar clothing codes existed right down to sleeve length and color restrictions for different classes. But in Europe, the obsession reached operatic levels. In Italy, entire committees were formed to inspect people's wardrobes. They were called the Watchers of Taste, and yes, they took themselves very seriously. But perhaps the strangest thing about sumptuary laws, they rarely worked. People defied them constantly. Tailors were bribed. Friends lent noble outfits for big events. In one case from London, a brewer's apprentice impersonated a duke for nearly a week, wearing borrowed robes and throwing lavish parties. When caught, he claimed, "I only wished to feel velvet on my arms before I died." He was fined but not imprisoned. Some said the mayor himself had attended one of the parties. So as you walk past the town crier, who's now reading aloud a list of band colors and sleeve lengths with solemn precision, you realize something truly medieval. Sometimes fashion was politics. Sometimes it was punishment. But most of the time, it was rebellion with really good stitching. In the end, no matter how many laws were passed, people still found ways to express themselves. Sometimes through buttons, sometimes through boots, and sometimes through the perfectly legal width of 3 chicken eggs. The town crier's voice trails off behind you as you wander into the quieter parts of the village. The night air smells of coal smoke and freshly turned soil. Somewhere nearby, a rooster crows much too early, confused by a torch-lit barn. You notice a small crowd gathered near the edge of a field. Heads tilted, voices hushed. You edge closer and see the reason: a man on a wooden platform covered in feathers. But these aren't random feathers. They're meticulously placed, woven into his clothes and beard, glued in swirls across his cheeks. You've just discovered one of the Middle Ages' strangest civic rituals, the punishment of dishonest millers. And tonight you'll learn how medieval folks took grain theft so seriously they practically invented performance art just to shame it. Let's start with your mainstream historical fact. In the medieval world, millers were among the most mistrusted professionals. Since most people didn't own personal mills, they had to bring their grain to a local miller to be ground. In return, the miller kept a portion of toll known as multure. But millers had a reputation for skimming a little extra, whether by clever tools, secret compartments, or simply forgetting the scale. It's no surprise then that many towns had laws specifically aimed at these flowery felons. In some areas, mills were even required to be built on open ground, so the public could inspect the process. But when the deception ran deep, the punishment got creative. Here comes your quirky tidbit. In certain parts of France and the Low Countries, a cheating miller could be sentenced to something called le vol des plumes, the feather theft. The convicted man was tarred, feathered, and paraded around town on a donkey backward while holding a sack labeled AIR. This was meant to mock the missing grain he'd supposedly delivered. The feathers were arranged to resemble angel wings, and a sign often read, "He flies from guilt, but not fast enough." Historians still argue whether this was a legally sanctioned punishment or just rural vigilante justice with a flair for the theatrical. Millers weren't alone in their public humiliation. Brewers, too, found themselves frequently scrutinized. Beer was a staple of daily life, safer than water in many towns, and if your brew turned out weak, watery, or suspiciously short of promised volume, you could face harsh penalties. In England, a brewer might be forced to drink their own subpar product in public. This was known as the bitter draught, and witnesses often added vinegar or pepper to ensure maximum regret. One poor soul in York caught diluting ale with river water was sentenced to drink 3 pints of his own brew while wearing a sign that read, "What flows in, flows out." Unclear if that was about beer or bowel movements, but the message landed. But let's not skip over the real stars of weird middle-class law enforcement food inspectors. Not the gentle clipboard-carrying types we imagine today, but sworn officials known as ale tasters, bread weighers, and butter testers. Their job was to spot cheats, ensure fair prices, and if necessary, shame rule breakers on market day. And sometimes their tactics were nothing short of medieval sitcom material. A famous bread weigher in 14th century London named Simon the Stern reportedly carried a gilded balance scale and a goose feather. He would test loaves by slicing them open, weighing the filling, and tapping the crust for hollowness. If the bread failed, he'd mark it with a hot iron before the baker was forced to wear it around their neck. For an hour. One apprentice tried to escape by feeding the bad bread to pigeons. Simon fined him double and made him wear a mask shaped like a loaf. The pigeons presumably got away scot-free. Sometimes punishment took a poetic turn. In Bologna, Italy, a dishonest merchant who tampered with weights was made to carry an actual stone slab labeled "Justice" on his back for a full day. If he dropped it, he had to start over. If he made it through town, he could keep the slab as a reminder. A souvenir of shame, one chronicler snarked. And then we have the fishmongers. The fishmongers. Fish was a religious obligation during many fasting days, so its sale was heavily regulated. Selling rotten or undersized fish was more than bad business, it was borderline sacrilege. In London, a fishmonger caught stuffing cod with stones to increase weight was sentenced to fish in the Thames using a basket with no net. Naturally, the basket had holes in it. The court declared, "As thou would cheat the scale, so shall the river cheat thy catch." And that brings us to another form of punishment, the theatrical fine. This wasn't just monetary, it came with a side of performance. In parts of Germany, dishonest shopkeepers had to act out their misdeeds in a public square. One apothecary caught watering down medicinal wine was forced to reenact a customer's stomachache using dramatic gestures and moans while a real physician narrated. This was less about justice and more about public laughter, but hey, entertainment and enforcement often blurred in the Middle Ages. Some cities tried to streamline all these public penalties with a central punishment square. The French city of Dijon had a platform called La Chaise des Fous, or the Chair of Fools, where weekly offenders sat while children pelted them with cabbage leaves and yelled rhyming insults. A local song survives to this day. The cabbage is green. Your lies are lean. Don't cheat the scale or meet the queen. Nobody knows who the queen was. Possibly just the cabbage. And yes, cheating wasn't limited to food. Tailors, shoemakers, candle sellers, anyone who handled trade could find themselves on the wrong end of an inspection. In Bruges, a tailor who mismeasured a nobleman's cloak was made to wear a robe of mismatched patches and parade through town carrying scissors the size of fireplace tongs. When someone asked what he was, he replied, apparently not a tailor anymore. Interestingly, records show that these punishments didn't always ruin lives. Some punished tradesmen gained notoriety and customers. He's the one who cheated and got caught, people would say. So now he must be honest. But not everyone fared so well. Repeat offenders were sometimes branded literally. A cheating vintner in France was marked with a wine cup on his palm. One English butcher caught selling spoiled meat twice had his right hand painted blue and nailed an effigy to the town gates. He was banned from touching meat forever. That sounds like a strict vegan origin story. So as you step away from the feathered miller and the crowd disperses, you can't help but marvel at how the medieval world mixed justice, morality, and performance into one unforgettable blend. Laws weren't just rules, they were scripts. Crime wasn't merely punished, it was staged. And in a time without viral videos, this was as close to trending as you could get. The torches flicker low as you make your way toward the outskirts of the village, past fields littered with broken cartwheels and curious sheep. You notice a wooden sign half swallowed by ivy with barely legible lettering, "Beware the night harvest." Not the most reassuring of welcomes. Beyond it, a strange stillness hangs in the air like the land itself is holding its breath. And then you see it a scarecrow arms, spread dressed not in rags but in a monk's robe. Hanging from its belt is a carved wooden placard that reads, "The Sabbath belongs to God, not your hoe." You've stumbled into the world of medieval blue laws, rules that tried to police not just what people did, but when they did it. And tonight's topic, laws banning work on Sundays, holy days, and any day that smelled even slightly of sanctity. Let's start with your mainstream historical fact. In medieval Europe, especially following the influence of the church, Sunday was considered a holy day of rest. This wasn't a gentle suggestion. It was baked into civil law across kingdoms. Working on Sunday could result in fines, the confiscation of goods, or more colorfully, public humiliation. The goal, to ensure the Sabbath remained sacred. Whether you were harvesting wheat, selling bread, or just sharpening your scythe, if the bells were ringing and you were working, you were breaking the law. But of course, laws weren't always enforced by courts. Sometimes the village priest doubled as judge, jury, and eyebrow-raising tattletale. If he caught you digging in your garden on a feast day, he might write your name in the book of blasphemers. Not the best reading list to be on. Now for your delightfully fringe tidbit. In parts of Bohemia, farmers who broke Sabbath by plowing or shearing sheep risked more than fines, they risked their tools coming to life. Local lore claimed that God would animate disobedient tools as a sign of divine displeasure. There are tales seriously of shears chasing tailors down the road and scythes mowing themselves straight into rivers. Historians still argue whether these tales were metaphors, moral warnings, or just excellent medieval scare tactics to get out of chores. This obsession with sacred timing wasn't limited to farming. In some towns, even baking bread on a Sunday was illegal. Bakers caught with warm loaves could be fined, their bread confiscated, and if they were unlucky, forced to sit in the market square with a burnt loaf tied around their neck. One chronicler in Paris tells of a woman who baked a dozen rolls before dawn mass. When the bishop found out, he gave every roll to stray dogs and made her attend 3 services back to back to reheat her soul, not her oven. The laws extended to buying and selling too. Markets were often closed by noon on holy days, and shopkeepers caught selling fish or flour could lose their stalls. In one Flemish town, a fishwife who sold trout on the feast of St. Barnabas had her fish flung into the river to return to God's care. She unfortunately had to pay for their spiritual round trip. And then there were the hilariously specific laws. In York, it was illegal to hang laundry on a Sunday unless it was a white cloth belonging to a priest. The logic holy linens got a pass. Everyone else had to wear yesterday's tunic and hope no one sniffed too close. In another case from a village near Mainz, Germany, a man was fined for scrubbing his boots too loudly during church bells. The mayor quite poetically called it a defilement of sacred silence. But it wasn't all ridiculous. Some laws made a strange kind of sense, sort of. Public festivals and holy days often had strict schedules, and the idea of skipping Mass to chop firewood was seen as both disrespectful and destabilizing. Religious leaders feared that if one man started working, others would follow, and soon the whole village would forget the purpose of the day. Sabbath laws became a way of reinforcing collective identity, even if that identity sometimes involved napping and passive-aggressive side-eyes. That said, not everyone obeyed. There were loopholes. In Italy, a group of enterprising vineyard workers hired non-Christians to prune vines on Sundays, so that technically no one was sinning. In England, a blacksmith claimed he was mending a church bell clapper on the Sabbath, when really he was shoeing horses. When caught, he argued that no bell should be mute on God's day. The court fined him and then asked him to fix the bell anyway. Some lords even issued Sunday indulgences which allowed their peasants to work under limited conditions if weather or war demanded it. These indulgences were written on sheep vellum and sealed with wax. One still survives in a museum in Vienna reading, "The bearer may scythe wheat if the sky turns iron and the bishop nods." And then there's the case of the bell ringer from Ghent. This poor man fell asleep during service and was caught dream-working, mumbling about turning soil and counting eggs. The priest accused him of spiritual labor, his punishment. He had to ring the church bell every hour for a week and shout, "I rest while awake and toil in my sleep." Honestly sounds more like a burnout prevention poster than a legal ruling. But one of the most bizarre and debated laws came from a Welsh border town where it was illegal to reap oats within earshot of a hymn. That meant if someone was singing even badly, you had to drop your tools. Some clever folks began singing very, very slowly just to halt their neighbor's work. Historians still argue whether this was religious piety or just early passive aggression with musical notes. Enforcement, of course, varied. In larger cities, the laws were more lenient, or at least more corruptible. In the countryside where everyone knew everyone's chickens, there was no hiding a Sabbath sin. "A single hoe speaks louder than a sermon," one chronicler wrote ominously. The church's influence meant these laws weren't just legal, they were spiritual. Breaking the Sabbath could land you in both jail and confession. Priests often worked overtime on Mondays, sorting through the sins of Sunday rebels. One priest in northern France kept a chart of common Sabbath violations. Top 5 included feeding pigs, turning butter, fixing fences, braiding hair, and oddly specific chasing ducks with ill intent. Eventually, some of these laws faded. The Protestant Reformation shifted ideas about labor and worship, and economic pressures made blanket bans less practical. But for several hundred years, Sunday truly was a day of stillness. Or at least forced stillness, whether you liked it or not. So, as you stand beneath the robed scarecrow, its wooden sign swinging gently in the breeze, you imagine the lives of those who walked this path before you. Pausing their plows, hiding their tools, whispering their sins into the corners of empty churches. Not because they hated work, but because they feared what happened when time itself became holy. And somewhere deep in the shadows of the next field, a scythe gleams just a little too brightly for comfort. Better hope it's not one of those scythes. As you step past the fields of wheat and grain, your feet crunch on the gravel roads of a much older settlement, one hidden between the thick trees. The distant rumble of a stream is the only sound, and the further you venture, the more the land seems to whisper secrets. A massive oak stands in the center of a clearing, its bark dark and weathered etched with signs of time. And beneath it you see an open space, an old stone circle. This you've stumbled upon one of the strangest medieval laws, a law that wasn't about what you could or couldn't do, but rather when your actions would be allowed to take place. This was the domain of the curfew bell, a nightly law meant to keep the streets eerily silent after dark. Let's start with your mainstream historical fact. In many medieval towns, the curfew bell wasn't just a suggestion, it was a commandment, enforced with actual legal consequences. The term curfew itself comes from the old French word couvre-feu, meaning cover fire. In a time before electric lights, fires were the main source of warmth and light in households, but after dark it was dangerous to leave them burning unattended. So the curfew bell rang at dusk, signaling everyone to extinguish their flames. It was a matter of both fire safety and social order, especially as towns grew crowded. The curfew was a law that could be as strict as it was pervasive. In some towns, everyone, regardless of class, had to douse their household fires. A late-night fire could destroy entire villages, and since most medieval homes were built of wood, the risks were especially high. But there was more to this law than just preventing fires. It also kept the peace. Now, for your quirky tidbit, the curfew bell was sometimes used as a subtle form of population control. In France, for example, the curfew was extended during times of unrest or revolution. The bell's toll was like a signal to control not just fire, but movement. If you were caught outside after the curfew bell rang, you might be detained for questioning, fined, or even worse, imprisoned. Imagine a medieval version of the nighttime curfew in wartime cities, but with a side of medieval drama. Historians still argue about how harshly curfew laws were enforced. Some records show that curfew laws were in fact quite lenient in smaller towns, while larger cities like Paris had far stricter policies. In the late 12th century, the curfew bell rang in Paris at precisely 8 p.m. during winter and at 9 p.m. in summer. If you were caught out and about after that bell, you had to have a damn good reason for it. And even then, don't expect sympathy from the guards. This law wasn't just for the peasants. Nobles were just as subject to it. One night in 1300, a nobleman in Rouen found himself in hot water after he was caught in the streets after curfew, allegedly on horseback with an entourage. He argued that he was out on urgent business. The townsfolk weren't buying it. He was fined and had to walk the streets in shame the following evening barefoot and alone, as a reminder to everyone that no one was above the curfew. Curfew laws were also used in specific regions for another purpose: protection from crime. In some regions of England, the curfew was directly linked to keeping the peace during the night, particularly in cities where the fear of nocturnal crime was rampant. Thieves and robbers were known to operate under the cover of darkness, and the curfew made it much harder for them to hide in plain sight. Of course, this didn't stop certain enterprising individuals from using the curfew as a way to steal without getting caught. In one instance, a burglar was caught red-handed after the curfew bell rang, and he failed to hide in time. This law wasn't always just about physical safety, it could also impact the flow of information in business. Take, for example, the curfew system in medieval London. The city's curfew laws often disrupted the nightlife of the city's merchants. They couldn't legally make deliveries or perform business after the bell tolled. This stifled trade in some ways, but it also meant that the streets weren't constantly filled with noise. However, there was a loophole for certain traders. Merchants who could prove their goods were urgently needed, like the people selling candles, food, or medicine, could apply for an exemption. They would be allowed to make their rounds, though they had to carry a torch and often had to produce a license from the local lord. One particularly interesting fact about the curfew bell: it wasn't just a bell. In some places, like the Italian town of Pisa, the curfew was marked by a drum, a much louder and more ominous sound. that traveled further than a bell. In some villages, bells or drums were even accompanied by the rattling of chains or the clanging of a large iron hoop, a sound designed to cut through the silence of night and act as a warning for anyone who had been caught out late. But if you thought curfews were all about keeping people in, you'd be wrong. There were also curfew laws that prohibited people from leaving their homes at night. In 14th century Venice, the curfew wasn't just a sound in the sky. It was a rule enforced with high fines and harsh penalties. If you were seen leaving your home after the bell rang, you could be questioned, fined, or even locked up for a few hours or days, depending on the situation. This didn't sit well with some residents, of course. In fact, in a fascinating episode in late 1200s, Paris, an entire town rebelled against the curfew laws after a particularly harsh winter left them without enough food to get through the night. They gathered in secret to meet in the streets after dark, defying the law. Eventually, they were caught, and instead of the usual punishments, the king's officials gave them a strange choice. They could either pay a large fine or take a vow to respect the curfew and go home without protest. Several townsfolk refused to back down, however, calling the curfew an infringement on their freedom. In contrast, some towns embraced curfew laws in order to establish a sense of unity. In the medieval city of Milan, curfew regulations weren't just about order, they were a statement of civic pride. The curfew bell, once tolled, was supposed to be followed by complete silence across the town. No one dared make noise, no barking dogs, no late-night arguments. Silence was expected as a sign of community and to some devotion to the law. Children, of course, were the hardest to corral, and there's one amusing account from Paris where a local bell ringer complained about being unable to hear his own bell through the cacophony of young children, throwing stones at the window in protest of bedtime. In some places, these curfew laws lingered for centuries. Their influence still echoed in the way cities and towns structured their evening hours. Even as towns grew larger and more complex, the tradition of the curfew bell endured into the Renaissance, though the enforcement softened somewhat. By the 16th century, in places like Venice and Florence, curfew was mostly adhered to by the elderly and the sick, those who at night had no interest in wandering through the labyrinthine streets under the fading light of lanterns. You take a moment to reflect on how all these laws, each in their own way, shaped a different rhythm of life. One dictated by the toll of a bell or the stifling silence of a curfew that felt like a universal command to pause, breathe, and let the world rest. Underneath that ancient oak tree where the earth is cool and quiet, you think about how something as simple as time, time to sleep, time to rise, had the power to guide not only behavior, but the very heartbeat of a town. And as you look around, you realize that the real law was a matter of timing, a law that made sure everyone in their own way had a chance to rest. You drift now toward a shadowy stone bridge where the cold mist clings tightly to the arches. It's the kind of place where time slows and strange echoes from distant centuries seem to curl out from the stone. The wind hums low as if sharing a secret with the sleeping trees nearby. You're about to cross a line few have thought to question into the deeply peculiar world of bridge laws. And not just any bridge laws tonight, you learn what happened in the Middle Ages if you dared to build a bridge. Without permission. Picture this. You're a modest landowner in the year 1284, somewhere in rural Burgundy. A shallow river slices your property in two, and every time you try to move livestock or cart goods across, it's a soggy, slipping, muddy mess. So, naturally, you decide to build a little footbridge. Just a few logs, maybe some stones. Nothing fancy. But then one morning, a grim-faced official on horseback shows up at your door with a rolled parchment and a surprisingly serious expression. Congratulations, you violated a local statute and committed a civic infraction, all for building a bridge. Here's your mainstream historical fact. In many parts of medieval Europe, bridge building was heavily regulated. That's because bridges weren't just personal conveniences. They were vital community infrastructure. Controlling where bridges could be built meant controlling trade travel and access. And in an age where tolls brought in major revenue for feudal lords, a rogue bridge threatened the whole financial setup. Unauthorized crossings could undercut toll stations, redirect traffic away from approved routes, and create legal gray zones about who had jurisdiction. In some cities, even minor wooden footbridges were subject to approval by a local magistrate bishop, or if you were unlucky, the crown itself. But here's the quirky tidbit. Some towns didn't just ban unauthorized bridges. They appointed bridge keepers whose job was to spy on rivers. Yes, spying on rivers. These medieval waterway sentinels were charged with inspecting local streams and reporting suspicious structures. Their patrols weren't exactly thrilling, but once in a while they'd catch an illicit footbridge and take a surprisingly aggressive stance. In one tale from 1312 in northern England, a man named Halford was fined twice, once for the bridge and once for his poor craftsmanship. His bridge collapsed under a pig cart, and the town used the remains as firewood, so none may cross again in folly. The absurdity of this didn't escape the people of the time. Some locals got cheeky and started using movable bridges, yes, actual folding walkways or simple ladders that could be pulled back across the stream after use. These were especially common among merchants trying to dodge tolls. You'd carry a collapsible plank, sneak down to the bank cross quietly at dawn, then yank the bridge back behind you like some kind of medieval James Bond. It worked until the local authorities caught wind of it and issued proclamations banning temporary or concealable crossings under pain of confiscation, and get this, public shaming via river dunking. Historians still argue whether these bridge laws were truly about public safety or just elaborate tax collection schemes. After all, a bridge meant ease of travel, but it also meant fewer people using the official toll-ridden roads. Was this about engineering integrity or economic gatekeeping? Some scholars suggest it was both, while others think it was mostly about flexing feudal power. One popular theory claims that bridge permissions were a form of land control, giving local lords an excuse to meddle in the day-to-day lives of even their humblest tenants. There were entire bridge-building guilds at one point. Yes, guilds that monopolized who got to build what and where. In major cities like Paris or Milan, guilds would inspect every proposed project and, if needed, halt construction with a simple word. Sometimes even monasteries got involved. In some regions, building a bridge without church blessing could bring spiritual penalties. Imagine trying to sneak a little rope bridge over a brook, only to be excommunicated for your trouble. Thou shalt not ford the stream without divine authorization, as the saying might have gone. And let's not forget the bridge tolls, the entire economic skeleton behind these strange rules. Toll bridges were major income streams for lords and abbeys alike. A good bridge could make you rich. The more strategic the location, like near a market or port, the more tightly it was guarded by law. Some lords even hired guards to monitor bridges around the clock, mostly to ensure no one snuck across without paying. If someone was caught trying to avoid a toll, they could be forced to work off their debt by cleaning the bridge one plank at a time, barefoot usually, while being jeered at by passers-by. You walk forward now, imagining the strange sight of a medieval man dragging a ladder to the river, looking both ways before bridging the gap and tiptoeing across like a squirrel. He's breaking the law, yes, but for what? For saving 2 pence on toll? Or perhaps for love? There's always a girl on the other side of the river in stories like these. Unfortunately, most stories ended not in romance, but in fines. There's also the story of a noblewoman, Lady Gwyneth of St. Barrow, who once financed the construction of a beautiful stone bridge for her village. She didn't ask permission, she just paid the masons and got it done. The town loved it until the bishop caught wind of it and issued an order to tear it down. Lady Gwyneth fought back, claiming she'd improved the lives of her people. After much drama, she was allowed to keep the bridge, but she had to pay a special penance toll for the rest of her life every time she crossed it. The moral: no good deed goes unpermitted. You stop at the center of the bridge and lean on the low stone wall. The river glimmers in the moonlight, calm and clear. It's hard to believe that something as simple as crossing water could once stir such drama. But then again, every ripple meant movement of goods, of people of influence. In a time when control was everything, nothing could be left to chance. Not even a few stones laid across a stream. Even today, if you know where to look, you'll find echoes of these rules. Some old bridges still carry ancient plaques, declaring them official toll crossings, even though the booths are long abandoned. Others have local legends carved into the stone, warnings about what happens when you try to cross without permission. Some say you'll trip. Others claim the bridge will remember. So the next time you cross a river, pause. Listen. There might still be a whisper from the past reminding you that someone once fought hard to build that bridge, and someone else fought just as hard to tear it down. The river fades behind you as the path shifts upward, winding gently through thick forest. Every tree seems to lean in as though curious about your quiet trek through time. A chill breeze weaves between the branches, bringing with it the faint scent of wet stone and old parchment. You step into a clearing where a crooked signpost reads something that sends a shiver up your spine, not because it's scary, but because it's so absurd. "Ya shall not wear stripes on Thursdays." No, you didn't misread it. And no, you haven't entered a medieval fashion police fantasy. This is the bizarre world of sumptuary laws, a whole category of medieval regulation that dictated what you could or couldn't wear, not based on weather function or comfort, but on your social class, your job, your gender, or even the day of the week. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Sumptuary laws were legal codes that restricted personal expenditures on clothing and luxury items. These laws were deeply embedded across medieval Europe, particularly in England, Italy, and France. Ostensibly, they were created to maintain clear boundaries between the nobility and the lower classes. You were what you wore literally. Only certain fabrics, colors, or accessories were permitted depending on your rank. Royalty could wear purple, but if a merchant tried the same, he might find himself fined or have the garment publicly burned, and the laws were specific. In 1363, England passed a statute that determined which fabrics were appropriate for each income level. Laborers, you're in linen or russet wool. Merchants, you may upgrade to worsted. Nobles, you may dabble in silk, but not ermine unless you're titled. It's like a fantasy RPG gear system, except enforced by the real-life town constable. Now for your quirky tidbit. In some regions, certain patterns were outlawed for being morally suspect. Stripes, for example, were seen as untrustworthy. Yes, stripes. Particularly horizontal stripes, which were thought to be chaotic, deceptive, or even diabolical. Executioners, prostitutes, jesters, and lepers were all often required to wear striped clothing, marking them as outsiders or morally dubious figures. One monk in 13th century France was nearly excommunicated because he insisted on wearing a striped cloak. Church officials declared it a sign of inner disorder. Historians still argue whether these laws were seriously enforced or largely symbolic. Some records suggest that violators were fined or forced to remove offending garments in public, humiliating, yes, but not devastating. Others believe enforcement was patchy and highly politicized. Nobles used the laws to keep rising merchant classes in their place, especially as trade expanded and more people could afford noble fabrics. Was it about preserving tradition or about gatekeeping wealth? Probably a bit of both, but let's not forget the truly ridiculous bits. In Florence, you couldn't wear buttons made of silver unless you were part of a recognized noble family. In Venice, women were banned from wearing pearls wider than a chickpea. Yes, they actually measured them. In some Swiss towns, a bride's wedding dress had to be inspected by the local mayor to ensure it wasn't too luxurious. One woman reportedly had to change gowns mid-ceremony because her sleeve trim was deemed excessively glimmering. And yes, there really were rules about what to wear on specific days. While Thursday wasn't universally stripe banned, some towns did pass localized ordinances about festival attire. Certain feast days required somber colors wearing red. On a day of mourning, for example, could be considered not just rude, but illegal. In parts of Germany, guild workers were assigned uniform colors based on the day of the week. Imagine being fined for wearing blue on a Friday because Tuesday was the designated blue day. Of course, people found ways around these absurd laws. Tailors became experts in trickery. They used hidden panels, reversible cloaks, and secret linings to allow clients to switch appearances at a moment's notice. One wealthy merchant was caught in Florence with an illegal velvet tunic. But when questioned, he flipped it inside out, revealing a dull wool lining, and claimed it was a traveling garment. The guards let him go, though probably not without a few muttered insults. Some nobles found themselves in hot water, too. A night in England. Sir Ulrich of Lichfield was nearly stripped of his title for wearing an ermine-trimmed doublet before he'd been formally recognized as a baron. Apparently, he just really liked ermine. The court documents even noted his defense. He felt it well suited his shoulders. Alas, the crown did not agree. And it wasn't just clothes. These laws extended to jewelry, hats, footwear, even furniture. There were laws stating how many rings you could wear, how long your shoes could be. Those pointy Krakows were scandalously long, and what kind of fabric your curtains could be made of. You could literally be fined for owning the wrong kind of pillowcase. Some laws were designed to control women specifically. In parts of medieval France and Italy, women were banned from wearing jeweled headdresses or dresses with slits above the ankle to prevent undue excitement, as one church record rather uncomfortably puts it. One law even declared that no woman under the age of 35 should wear silk unless she was a widow of high status. How exactly that was policed is unclear, but one can imagine the kind of awkward conversations it prompted. Naturally, pushback grew over time. By the 15th century, middle-class resistance to sumptuary laws became more common, especially as trade boomed and merchants gained serious financial clout. They could afford the silks, the velvets, the gold thread slippers. And in cities like Venice or London, some just ignored the laws altogether. If you had enough coin and enough friends in the town council, nobody stopped you. The laws remained on the books in many places for centuries, though enforcement waned. Eventually, the rise of capitalism and individual wealth made these distinctions harder to police. Still, they left behind fascinating echoes. Many of our modern ideas about formal wear business, casual or black tie, have roots in these medieval restrictions where what you wore wasn't about preference, it was about permission. And so, as you step through this strangely silent fashion runway of the forest, you can't help but chuckle. Somewhere in the past, a man was fined for wearing too many feathers. A woman had to unbutton her dress to meet fabric quotas. Someone was jailed for wearing purple. It's both absurd and telling. Clothing wasn't just decoration, it was identity, hierarchy, and obedience stitched into fabric. You look down at yourself now, whatever you're wearing. Sweatpants, pajama top, maybe that old concert tee and smile. No one's measuring your pearls. No one's banning your stripes. You've passed through a time when clothes made the man and made the laws. The trees thin now, and you step onto the hard-packed earth of a village square. Stone cottages all around their thatched roofs sloping with centuries of wear. Lanterns flicker in windows, casting golden halos that stretch just far enough to reveal the carved post in the center of the square. But it's not for notices or decorations, it's for chickens. Or rather, people accused of crimes against chickens. That's right. Tonight you find yourself tangled in the feathery folds of one of the strangest legal rabbit holes of the Middle Ages animal trials. Yes, animals, as in pigs, goats, cows, even insects brought to court, tried under human law and sometimes punished. Your mainstream historical fact. Throughout medieval Europe, animals could and did stand trial. In ecclesiastical courts, pigs were charged with murder. In secular towns, rats were accused of property destruction. And there are well-documented records, not mere legends, where animals were given legal representation, formally prosecuted and sentenced by judges. It sounds like a Monty Python skit, but it's historically accurate and it happened more often than you'd think. Take the famous case of the sow in 1386 in Falaise, France. This pig was accused of attacking and killing a child. She was tried in court, found guilty of homicide, and executed in public while dressed in human clothing. Because apparently nothing says justice quite like a pig in trousers. And here's the kicker, her piglets, who were merely present during the attack, were also put on trial as accomplices. Historians still argue whether they were exonerated or simply let off for a lack of evidence. The quirky tidbit, the court provided the pig with a defense lawyer. A man actually stood in front of the judge and argued in the pig's favor. She is but a creature of instinct, he likely said in old French legalese. Some defense attorneys took the job quite seriously. There are records where lawyers pleaded passionately on behalf of rats, arguing that excommunication was unfair because the rats weren't properly summoned. No, really, there was a case in 1510 where the defense claimed the rats didn't show up to court because it was dangerous to travel due to the number of cats in the area. The judge, according to the record, took the objection under advisement. Historians still argue whether these trials were symbolic, deeply superstitious, or a serious extension of religious law. Some say they were theatrical rituals to reassure the public that justice, even divine justice, was being served in all corners of life. Others suggest the trials were reflections of a legal system that had yet to fully separate human agency from the rest of the natural world. In medieval Christian cosmology, all beings were part of the moral order. If a pig committed violence, it disrupted the moral balance and something had to be done. There were different types of animal trials. Ecclesiastical courts tended to focus on pest crimes like locusts eating crops or weevils destroying vineyards. In those cases, the church would issue an official warning to the insects, yes, an actual legal warning, and if they didn't leave, they could be excommunicated. Which raises many questions, the least of which is, did someone really expect the weevils to get the memo? Secular courts, on the other hand, handled violent or property-based offenses. If a pig gored someone or a bull rampaged through a market, it could be tried like any other citizen. In one Swiss case from 1474, a rooster was sentenced to death for the heinous and unnatural crime of laying an egg. Why was this a crime? Because male chickens weren't supposed to lay eggs and it was seen as the work of the devil. The egg itself was destroyed with fire. The rooster, unfortunately, was not so lucky. These weren't fringe cases either. Entire communities gathered for these trials. Public readings of indictments were held. Witnesses were called. Sometimes animals were detained in prisons, real jails, while they awaited trial. There's even a case in 16th century Italy where a group of caterpillars was tried in absentia and sentenced to banishment from the village. How exactly one enforces that sentence? Well, that part's a little fuzzy. There were occasional victories for the defense. In a well-known case from the 1400s, a group of field mice accused of crop destruction were defended by a sharp-tongued lawyer who argued that the mice had a right to remain in the fields for sustenance. He also insisted that legally the court should provide safe passage if they were to be summoned again, implying that if cats were roaming, the trial was invalid. The judge conceded. Case dismissed. But let's pause a moment and consider the deeper implications here. These trials weren't just about justice, they were about order, both social and divine. When a community suffered loss, especially in an age where every chicken and every bundle of wheat mattered, people looked for explanations. If you couldn't punish disease or weather, you punished what you could. In a strange way, the animal became a symbol of chaos, and putting it on trial was a way to restore balance. There's a subtle echo of these ideas even today. We don't try animals in court anymore, of course, but we do sometimes treat them as moral agents. We use words like vicious to describe a dog that bites, or guilty when a pet misbehaves. We laugh about it, but deep down the habit of assigning blame runs old and deep. You walk now past a little wooden cart where centuries ago a pig might have waited behind slats, sniffing at straw while a nervous town crier read out her charges. A bench nearby could have held the scribe frantically ink-staining his hands while recording the proceedings. There's something eerily solemn about it all. The ridiculousness makes you giggle, sure, but the seriousness with which these trials were conducted, that's what lingers. Because in the end, these were not jokes to the people who lived them. They were deadly serious. In a world haunted by famine, plague, and the constant threat of divine wrath, no transgression went unaddressed, even if it involved a goat with an attitude problem. So, next time you see your cat knock something off a shelf, or your dog chew through your favorite slipper, take a deep breath. At least no one's asking you to haul them to court, hire a lawyer, and present them before a magistrate in a little wooden chair. Then again, imagine the outfits. You slip past the edge of the square where the village seems to exhale with the last embers of the day, and now the path tightens again, winding into a damp grove where the shadows feel denser, heavier, like secrets stitched into soil. You squint in the darkness, and suddenly there it is, a shallow stone pit, moss-rimmed and ominously quiet, and beside it a long pole with a crude hook on the end. Congratulations! You've arrived at the medieval justice system's version of a multiple-choice test, but with only wrong answers. Tonight's lesson: the wild, weird, and wildly unfair world of trial by ordeal. Mainstream historical fact: incoming trial by ordeal was a formal legal practice in medieval Europe, where accused persons were subjected to dangerous or painful tests under the belief that divine intervention would reveal their innocence or guilt. That's right. Instead of a jury or forensics, you got a red-hot poker. Because apparently God doubled as a criminal investigator. There were different flavors of ordeal depending on region, crime, and religious fervor. The most infamous ordeal by fire, ordeal by water, and ordeal by combat. Each one had its own set of horrifying logic, and then none of them offered a pleasant afternoon. Let's say you're accused of stealing a silver goblet. You protest your innocence. Naturally, the village priest decides to prove your honesty through hot iron. You're asked to carry a red-hot bar of metal for several paces. Your hand is then wrapped in bandages and left for 3 days. When the cloth is removed, a priest checks the wound. If it's healing cleanly, you're innocent. If it's festering, well, better start planning your next life as a ghost. Here's the twist, and our scholarly debate of the evening historians still argue whether these ordeals were really as brutal as the records suggest, or whether they were carefully choreographed to produce acquittals when the community wanted someone freed. Some believe priests manipulated the iron's temperature or the timing of the wound check. After all, a small village couldn't afford to lose its only blacksmith just because someone planted a rumor about his goblet-hoarding tendencies. Now for your quirky tidbit in ordeal by cold water. You were tied up and dropped into a river. Sink innocent. Float guilty because water being pure would reject the unworthy. Of course, they usually tied a rope around your waist to yank you back out, so technically, this wasn't always fatal, just terrifying. There's even record of one ordeal where the accused was declared guilty after floating on their back. Too confidently. The logic? Too serene. The judges wanted flailing. Medieval justice come for the drama, stay for the inconsistency. But the truly bizarre ordeals were far more imaginative. In Saxony, there was a practice where the accused had to walk 9 paces over plowshares that had been heated in a fire. In another version, they had to hold a boiling stone submerged in a cauldron of water. Again, healing rate was Knaber innocence. And if you're wondering how many people could fake that kind of thing, not many. Even the calmest, steadiest hands tend to blister after a dip in boiling water. Let's not forget Ordeal by Combat, which you might recognize from every bad night movie ever. But it wasn't just for nobles. Commoners could request it too, though it was often a last resort. Two parties would face off armed with weapons or sometimes just clubs, and the victor was presumed to be in the right. God, the thinking went, would give strength to the righteous. There's a documented case from 1278 in which a woman accused a man of murder and challenged him to trial by combat. She armed herself with a club and entered a pit while he stood above with a stick. After an intense and frankly absurd battle picture, awkward swings and mud, she won. Her opponent was hanged. The court concluded she had the Lord's favor and a very solid overhand strike. Interestingly, not all ordeals were violent. Some were bizarrely poetic. In one Irish custom, the accused would swear innocence while holding a sacred relic. If they lied, the belief was that divine punishment, sickness, crop failure, or even lightning would follow in days or weeks. One monk wrote of a man who swore falsely on a saint's bones only to be kicked in the head by a donkey the following week. Coincidence or medieval karma. Historians also point out that these ordeals served another function. They were public. Entire towns gathered to witness them, turning justice into spectacle. Imagine a whole village packed into a muddy clearing to watch you try not to scream as your arm sizzles on iron. Morbid, definitely. But also a community ritual where justice wasn't something hidden in courtrooms. It was laid bare, bleeding and steaming in front of the people. Over time, the church began to distance itself from these practices. In 1215, the Fourth Lateran Council banned priests from participating in ordeals, essentially pulling the spiritual legitimacy out from under the whole process. Secular courts scrambled to adjust. Some switched to witness testimony, others to fines or confinement. But the legacy of ordeal-based justice lingered especially in rural areas. In some places, trial by combat remained an option until well into the 16th century, and in theory it was still technically legal in England until 1819. Yes, the 1800s. And even though we look back now and scoff, who would ever trust a burn scar over evidence? It's worth noting that this wasn't just about brutality, it was about belief. The belief that a higher power watched over the scales, that suffering could reveal truth, that innocence could be seen not in logic or law, but in flesh and pain. So as you step around that ancient pit now filled with rainwater and moss, you might imagine the long-forgotten whispers of townsfolk who once gathered there, who watched with held breath, who winced when the iron touched skin, who might have gone home afterward and lit a candle grateful that today at least they weren't the ones on trial. And hey, at least they weren't trying rats for stealing cheese and boiling you for a goblet on the same afternoon. The Middle Ages were nothing if not efficient. Section 28. The path curls away from the mossy pit, now winding toward what looks like the crumbled edge of a town wall, half swallowed by thyme and ivy. You run your fingers along the cool stone smoothed by centuries of rain and possibly the occasional forehead of someone who didn't pay their taxes. Tonight, you're stepping into the world of medieval tax laws, and yes, they were just as weird, petty, and sleep-inducingly specific as you might hope. Mainstream historical fact. First, taxes in the Middle Ages weren't optional. They were constant, unpredictable, and often creatively cruel. Lords, kings, the church? Everyone wanted a cut. You were taxed on land livestock, income, salt windows, doors, fires, bridges, and sometimes just for existing. Welcome to feudalism, where being alive often cost more than you'd think. But things got really strange when you zoom in on the hyper-specific taxes, and that's where the sleepy fun begins. Let's start with the beard tax. While most famously associated with later centuries like Tsarist Russia, some early English and Frankish rulers toyed with the idea that beards were signs of vanity, and vanity should be taxed. So yes, in some towns you could be fined for refusing to shave. But in other regions, the opposite was true. Shaving off your beard meant you were trying to look like the nobility, and that could get you into trouble. As always in medieval Europe, you're wrong no matter what you do. Now for the quirky tidbit. In parts of France, there was a cow fart tax. Yes. Seriously. The smell wafting from your livestock could be legally declared a public nuisance. So, if your cow had a particularly pungent digestive system and lived too close to the manor or church, you might be taxed for the air pollution. No one was safe, not even your dairy cow. Let's not forget spices. You'd think exotic imports would be regulated carefully, and you'd be right. But some regions taxed not by weight, but by aroma. Historians still argue whether this is just a poetic interpretation or an actual system, where tax collectors judge spice imports by smell and judge the luxury level accordingly. Imagine a customs officer sniffing your paprika and slapping a fine on you for excessive fragrance. Medieval TSA had nothing on this. Of course, the church got in on the action too. One of the strangest religious taxes was the tithe of beehives. Monasteries often required a tenth of your honey as tribute, not just the jars, but entire beehives with the bees still inside. Monks believed the buzzing insects represented divine order, and they used beeswax for candles. So, if your hive produced 1 jar of honey, you still might be required to give up the whole box, queen bee and all. And don't even think about hiding a hive. Bees have a way of outing you. Literally. And if you're wondering how enforcement worked, let's just say tax collectors weren't known for subtlety. They traveled with ledger scales and sometimes soldiers. If you underreported your grain or tried to hide a piglet under a hay cart, you risked losing far more than money. Some lords levied nose taxes not because your nose was valuable, but because head counts were often done by checking who poked their noses out of huts during collection time. Miss the tax man, lose your land. One infamous example, the Saladin tithe of 1188. This was a massive tax levied by the English crown to fund the Crusades. It required that everyone not actively fighting in the Holy Land pay 10% of their personal property value, including pots, tools, jewelry, and livestock. Assessors went door to door checking drawers, opening barns, and writing it all down. Historians still argue whether it was the first true national tax in English history, or just a giant excuse for a royal cash grab. But not all taxes were about war and wealth. Some were just deeply personal. In some Germanic villages, newlyweds paid a bedding tax charged for the privilege of using their own bed on their wedding night. If they couldn't afford the fee, the Lord had the right brace yourself to christen the bed first. Yep. That infamous droit du seigneur we all heard about in high school. Historians debate how often it was actually enforced, but the tax part very real. And just awkward. You pause at a broken gate now, imagining the toll booth that once stood here. In medieval towns, gates weren't just decorative, they were fiscal choke points. Bringing goods into town, pay a gate tax, crossing a bridge tax, using the mill tax, wearing shoes with silver buckles on the Sabbath. Okay, that one might be apocryphal, but it wouldn't be the weirdest on the list. And yes, there were taxes on shoes. In Italy and parts of France, fashionable footwear was considered a luxury and thus subject to levy. Historians still debate whether this was enforced strictly or just used to target flashy newcomers. But either way, best not to stroll into town wearing your fanciest loafers unless you're also wearing your coin pouch. Even death wasn't tax-free. The Harriet was a tax levied upon a peasant's death, usually in the form of their best animal tool or piece of clothing, handed over to the Lord before burial. So not only did you die, but your family also lost the plow horse. It was a grim parting gift to feudalism. There were exceptions, of course, religious exemptions, noble privileges, merchant loopholes, but for most people, the tax system was a constant tightrope. Too poor to pay. You might have to barter goods, pledge labor, or give up a child as an apprentice, which honestly sometimes meant unpaid servant for life. It's no wonder then that tax revolts were common. From the Jacquerie in France to the Peasants' Revolt in England, taxation often pushed communities to the brink. These rebellions were met with brutal suppression, but they did sometimes lead to reforms. Occasionally, slightly, eventually. So, as you drift now past the edge of the wall and into a quieter moonlit pasture, think of all the odd, petty things someone once taxed just to keep the world spinning a little longer. Your nose, your shoes, your beehive, your cow's digestive choices. Everything had a price. And while today's taxes may come in tidier envelopes, let's face it, there's something charming about knowing you once could have paid your dues in honeycombs and cinnamon sticks. Now that's the kind of tax system that might actually smell nice. You wander now into the far edge of the manor fields, where wildflowers lean drowsily under moonlight, and the faint murmur of a nearby stream plays like a lullaby through the grass. Everything feels still until your foot catches on something. A small wooden post juts out of the earth with a rusted metal chain coiled around its base. Nearby a sign so weathered it's barely legible, but one word still flickers through the moss curfew. Ah, yes. Tonight's strangeness. The curiously strict and occasionally hilarious medieval laws around curfews, candles, and catching Z's. Let's start with a mainstream historical fact. Medieval curfews weren't just about crime. They were often about fire safety. In many towns, especially those built with wood and thatch open flames, were a constant threat. So the curfew bell from the French couvre-feu or cover fire was rung each evening to remind residents to snuff their candles, bank their hearths, and settle in. You didn't want to be the reason the whole village went up like a marshmallow on a campfire stick. But the curfew law evolved. In some towns, being out after the bell without permission could land you a fine a night in the stocks, or a rather dramatic scolding by the town watch. And by watch, we mostly mean Jeff, the one-eyed guy with a lantern and a stick, who occasionally forgot what day it was. Still, those bells were taken seriously. In London, Oxford, and Paris, they rang like clockwork and were tied to local laws that made it illegal to keep shop doors open or candles lit after the sound. Candle use in particular was regulated down to how long and how thick a wick could be. Not even your wax sticks escaped government oversight. Now for our quirky tidbit of the night. In some towns, there were rules requiring people to sleep in a certain position. One 14th century record from a Swiss village outlines an ordinance that declared sleeping with one's feet toward the hearth and head toward the door as disorderly. The logic? Possibly fire risk or perhaps just aesthetics. Historians still argue whether this was a symbolic superstition or the result of one too many sleepwalkers stumbling into open fires. Either way, imagine being fined because your pillow was on the wrong end of the bed. Then there were candle curfews. In various abbeys and monasteries, monks were only allowed to use candles until a set point in the evening. After that, darkness was considered sacred. In some extreme orders, like the Cistercians, night was for stillness, not reading. You could be punished for lighting a candle to study scripture. That's right, too much Bible study could get you in trouble. Somewhere your old Sunday school teacher is clutching their pearls. But the strangest laws of all sleep-related ordinances tied to morality. In some towns, especially in parts of the Holy Roman Empire, there were literal bed-check patrols, local wardens tasked with peeking through windows or knocking on doors to make sure unmarried people weren't ahem-sharing bedrolls. These modesty rounds were enforced especially during festivals and feast days when spirits ran high. Getting caught could result in fines, shaming, or worse, public confession during Sunday Mass. Talk about killing the vibe. And if you were thinking of pulling an all-nighter to avoid such scrutiny, sorry, that was probably illegal too. In several guild-controlled cities, journeymen and apprentices were forbidden to be seen awake and walking past the bell. Why suspicion of theft conspiracy or just youthful mischief? Towns believed darkness bred rebellion. So if you had insomnia in 1350, your best bet was to stare at the ceiling and count lice until morning. On the other side of the curtain, noble households often had reverse curfews. Servants were required to rise at specific pre-dawn bells. This sometimes meant waking at 2 or 3 a.m. to stoke fires, lay out garments, or prepare prayer books. And heaven help you if you were caught snoozing after the household stir began. One recorded punishment for a sleepy valet was to be doused with cold water and locked outside in nothing but his tunic. Kind of like a medieval ice bucket challenge, but meaner. Of course, the curfew bell wasn't universal. In rural areas without bell towers, curfew enforcement varied wildly. Some lords expected personal obedience. If the baron said, "No torches after sunset," then your options were darkness or very expensive rule-breaking. In a few places, it's recorded that shepherds used bird song or the position of stars to time their lights-out routine, which sounds poetic but also wildly unreliable during cloudy nights. And let's not forget our scholarly debate. Historians still argue whether curfew laws were truly about safety or whether they were early forms of population control. Restricting night movement made it harder for dissenters to gather, for lovers to meet in secret, or for theft to occur unseen. Some suggest the curfew bell was as much about obedience as it was about extinguishing flames. You glance down now at your feet, imagining a sleeping peasant in a straw-filled mattress, one eye cracking open as the distant bell echoes through the valley. He groans, blows out his stubby candle, and rolls toward the hearth, hopefully with his head facing the approved direction. Maybe he dreams of a world with blankets, electric heaters, and scented sleep sprays that don't get taxed. In the meantime, he's got a fire to bank a pot to shift off the coals and a bedmate to elbow if she starts snoring too loud. Yes, snoring could also be considered a nuisance under certain household rules, especially if it disrupted the Lord's sleep in a manner with thin stone walls. One monk even wrote a complaint about a fellow brother whose nocturnal wheezing caused the rafters to tremble. So here you are, a few candle marks past the medieval bedtime. The stars have tilted. The watchman has passed. And all around you, the ghosts of sleepy villagers tuck themselves into itchy blankets, their candles long extinguished their dreams, perhaps a little warmer for it. Maybe you'll fall asleep tonight with the gentle clang of a distant bell in your ear, reminding you that somewhere, sometime, the world grew quiet, not from peace, but from a stubborn old law about fire and feet and bedtime. The meadow gives way to an orchard now, trees sagging with overripe fruit branches creaking softly in the breeze. Apples thud to the ground in the distance like nature's punctuation marks each one a sleepy exclamation that the night is winding down. The grass is softer here, the moonlight gentler. As you settle in beneath the canopy, the final tale unfolds not the wildest law, but perhaps the most useless, the kind of rule that makes you wonder if someone was simply bored or drunk, or both. You see, the Middle Ages weren't just about chaos and survival. Sometimes they were about inventing rules so oddly specific that their very existence feels like the punchline to a joke no one remembers telling. These were the laws that solved problems no one seemed to have, and often created more in the process. Mainstream historical fact, many medieval laws were written in haste and forgotten just as quickly. Kings and lords were constantly issuing decrees to assert control, some noble, others petty, and a few completely bonkers. These laws didn't always stem from need, but from impulse. A noble stubs his toe, new shoe tax. A lord loses at dice pawn the game. A bishop finds goat tracks in the chapel. No goats within 100 feet of holy ground forever. Take, for example, the utterly baffling law of the fish cart in 13th century Bruges. The law stated in no uncertain terms that no fishmonger could transport more than 7 fish at a time on a cart unless those fish were headed eastward before the morning tide. Historians still argue whether this was about spoilage superstition or someone's wildly specific dream journal. The law remained on the books for over a century. Or the law in parts of Tuscany banning the sale of blue-colored hats to unmarried men. What societal collapse that was meant to prevent is anyone's guess. The working theory: blue dye was expensive and fashion could blur social class. But the idea that a bachelor couldn't rock a sky blue chapeau without risking jail time is just delightfully absurd. Now for your quirky tidbit: in the small English town of Staines, there was once a legal distinction between duck ponds and goose pools. One could be freely fished by villagers, the other was reserved for the local Reeves family. The catch: the only legal difference was the presence of cattails. So if reeds grew around the edge, you were in goose law territory. If not, duck away. And yes, enforcement was real. In 1294, a miller named Thomas was fined 1 groat and 3 onions for poaching a fish from a pond that by sudden reed growth had transformed into goose jurisdiction. The onions were added to his penalty for his insolence, according to the record. Honestly fair. Then there's the ban on singing above a whisper after midnight in several monastic towns. This wasn't about noise, it was about demons. Singing was thought to attract spirits, especially if you hit certain pitches. So if you were caught humming while moonlit, you could be accused of conjuring things best left in the dark. You may have just been sleepwalking, but now you're waking up in a cellar with garlic stuffed in your mouth and a priest muttering in Latin. There's something kind of sweet, though, about these useless laws. They tell us how strange and specific people's concerns were. That somewhere someone believed too many fish on a cart might collapse the moral fiber of society. That a single cattail could change the course of justice. That humming in the dark might cause a demon to drop by and ruin your crops. And then the big one, the law that tops every list of completely unnecessary medieval nonsense: the royal turnip mandate. Sometime in the late 1300s, in what's now Eastern Germany, a local duke issued a decree requiring every peasant to present their largest turnip at the annual harvest fair to be judged and awarded by the Duchess herself. Refusing to bring a turnip, or bringing one considered too small, was cause for public ridicule. The largest turnip was given a silver coin and a ceremonial bonnet. The smallest, it was thrown at a passing goose for poor spirit. This law, believe it or not, remained on record until the 1700s. Historians still debate whether it was all a big joke, a veiled tax in vegetable form, or a strange fertility ritual. Either way, it was real. And yes, the Duchess eventually stopped attending. Too many small turnips, one assumes. But perhaps the most pointless law of all, one whose text survives only in scraps, is from a Flemish town near Ghent. It forbade anyone from carrying more than one egg in each hand while crossing a specific bridge. Not two in one hand, not three total, and not just one in each. No reason listed, no penalty recorded. Just a weird little rule carved in bureaucratic stone. And so as your eyes begin to droop and the orchard's lullaby hums beneath your ribs, you think of that lonely man on the bridge walking carefully, an egg in each hand, completely unaware that he's following the law more faithfully than anyone else in town. Because that's the final joke of medieval laws. They weren't always meant to be followed. Sometimes they were just meant to exist, to be written down to mark the passing thoughts of people trying to control a world spinning far too fast. And in their own strange way, those laws became lullabies too. Small rhythms, daily rituals, odd routines passed from hand to hand, whispered across fences, muttered before sleep. You pull your blanket tighter. One last breeze ruffles the trees, and somewhere faintly the curfew bell tolls. It's bedtime now. The law says so. And now, as the last echoes of hoofbeats and curfew bells melt into the hush of twilight, you let your thoughts drift further from cobblestone streets and candlelit halls. The medieval world, with all its ridiculous laws and whispered customs, begins to fade behind your closed eyelids like a parchment curling at the edges by a dying fire. You've walked through courts and markets, inns and meadows. You've met kings too proud of their turnips, monks who feared singing, and night watchmen who took their job just a little too seriously. It's all softened now, like the weight of a thick wool blanket pulled up over your shoulders. Every rule you heard, whether about pigs in boots or eggs on bridges, feels like it belongs more in a dream than in the dusty books of history. There's comfort in how strange it all was. Comfort in knowing the world has always been weird, always been full of people trying to make sense of things one odd law at a time. And maybe tonight you'll sleep a little easier knowing no one's knocking on your door to measure your candle or check your sleeping position. So breathe in slowly. Let the shadows in your room stretch long and gentle across the walls. Let each heartbeat slow. Let each thought drift further into that soft, safe place between waking and dreams. You're not in the Middle Ages anymore. There are no bells to fear, no onions to pay in fines, no overzealous reeves watching your window. Just quiet. Just rest. Let go now. Sleep is here. And the only law that matters is this: rest as long as you need and wake only when you're ready.